On today's special episode of Homeworthy, we're taking you inside 4 London homes, each brimming with bold personality, remarkable art, and one-of-a-kind treasures. First, we visit a joyful family home where tartan, florals, and stripes come together in a playful yet sophisticated mix. Next, we explore a vibrant townhouse filled with eclectic artwork and meaningful keepsakes. Then we visit a designer's pattern-rich home that seamlessly blends Asian influences with classic English charm. And finally, we step into a true masterclass in creative living. An artful home with layered textiles, curated gallery walls, and antique finds at every turn. This summer, spend the hottest months of the year in style with Homeworthy as we visit the most extraordinary homes around the world. From the sun-soaked shores of the Hamptons to the classic beachfronts of Nantucket to the vibrant courtyards of Morocco, be sure to subscribe to Homeworthy's summer series to make every day feel like a vacation. You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Ned.
I'm Sarah, come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hello, my name is Ned. I work in the gifting business where we essentially create bespoke gifts for clients and consumers, and I've been doing that for about the last 15 years.
Curates the gifting world. Hello, I'm Sarah Corbett-Winder, and I'm going to use the word content creator, not influencer, and I'm also a designer. So I make women's suits, designed and made here in London, and I'm all about empowering women through feeling fabulous and wearing fabulous clothes. And we're here in our home in North West London, Willesden Green. And this is Margaret, our sausage dog, who's just had her 3rd birthday. So it took us a year to find this home, and Ned actually, which I'm very grateful for, was very adamant that we had lateral living for all our living space, so our sitting room and our kitchen, which goes onto the garden, which was really hard to find because in London, quite often the kitchen's downstairs and the sitting room's up here, and we didn't want to be doing that like up, down, up, down, up, down. And it's so lovely because the kids you could be cooking, the kids can be in the garden, Ned can be, I don't know, writing a letter at his desk or something studious. And I think having that space where we can all be together was key, so that was a real key element.
Yeah, and I think the house itself, we were looking around different properties, and having 3 kids, we kind of knew we needed some space, and so actually the house is a little bit further out than where we were previously living.
It's been worth it, and it's nice and wide as well.
Yeah, but the house we took on was a wreck, and I think that was part of the challenge, or part of the kind of fun process we saw.
So we weren't ripping out new bathrooms. Everything was, it was really not very nice, was it? It was sort of like a falling down greenhouse at the back of the kitchen. Everything was very rounded, so it was brilliant. We had to do everything, which we, being control freaks and having our own clear idea, we wanted to.
Yeah.
This is our hallway, and I think it's a really important room because, let's be honest, it's the first room you see when you walk into a house, when you walk into our house. So we wanted it to have character and great pieces of art and sort of set the mood for the rest of the house, wouldn't you say?
I would. It's got an
original
Art Deco
floor.
original flooring, which has been here since the dawn of time when this house was built.
We were very happy to inherit this, actually. I think this is probably the only feature that we've kept from the original house. We've kept these walls really neutral, and I think that was very deliberate, so we could smother it with lots of different art. But then you'll see if we go onto this wall, we've been a bit more playful. So we've got, I'm going to say, a brown colour with a sort of pale, pinky, sort of a little bit tonally colour above the panelling. And our idea was that this goes the whole way up the house. So it's the core of the house, and the stairs are also the same, this brown colour, and I think it really needed a core. It's almost a bit like a tree, like the centre of the house. And as we go up, you'll see that we've just smothered the walls in lots of various different pictures and memories and things, and jazz.
A few other bits by the door as you're leaving. You'll see, things like skateboards, footballs, things like that. The kids' toys.
But they're contained.
They're contained. Another feature you might like is also this. So, what you may not know is we used to have rabbits when we were here a few years ago.
Well, they weren't house rabbits. They were rabbits that lived in the house. I let them live in the house, and they ate the whole house apart. They pulled it apart.
The stair gate was actually for the rabbits, not for the children.
But it's now a bit of a feature. This chair was picked up, actually Ned found this in a skip, which is probably one of our most prized possessions. Don't sit on it, but it looks lovely.
This was actually the rabbit hutch, originally rabbit hutch, but it's now the dog basket.
I wanted to create something a little bit dramatic here, so you've got some, Ned would probably say some dead foliage, but some lovely twigs and dried berries, with two lions that actually I inherited from my aunt when she sadly died, and I very much feel that they sort of protect the house, and they're a sort of quite an important point as you walk in.
You'll notice when we go through to the kitchen, but this piece of stone or terrazzo was actually an offcut, and I think you'll notice around the house where we've done bits of construction, we've almost used or upcycled the other parts as window ledges or window seats and things like that.
And this is actually a really cheap way to hide, let's be honest, not a pretty radiator behind it. So we just got some rattan, a radiator cover, and popped that in. But I think actually we do need to give this gentleman some airtime. So I found this gentleman when I was on a photo shoot in Turkey, and he just had to come home with us. He makes me laugh every day. I have no idea who he is, no connection to him whatsoever, but I mean, he's just marvellous, isn't he? Great. So we created this curtain, which is a corduroy, which is actually a really hard-wearing fabric for curtains. It doesn't just need to be on your clothes, your jackets or your trousers, and it adds a lovely pop of colour. So we actually bought all of these birds as a job lot from this reclamation yard, and some of them have broken or died or been knocked off by a child. So we've replaced them because we've kind of had to, but actually it's a really happy accident. So now you've got some plates in here, you've got a Hugo Guinness, which Ned gave me for my birthday because I love glasses. Some of them are empty frames, and it kind of just adds. And I think this is actually really shows and highlights the point that you're always adding to a home and you kind of work with what you've got, and there are quite often happy accidents. So before we go to the heart of the home, we're going to take you into our downstairs loo, which it's really small. We created it, it's literally under the stairs, and we've made it dark with some dark wallpaper, but we've smothered it in mirrors, which we think is quite clever because it makes it feel bigger. And again, we're always adding to these mirrors where, again, children, things break. And so it's just a constant circulation of mirrors. And if we're away, we pick up a mirror and just pop her on the wall. I feel like there's always space on your walls for something.
If you follow us this way, we're going to come into what we call our study or our library.
I call it the library, Ned calls it the study.
Exactly. And you'll see, I guess one of the main features of this is our kind of wraparound bookshelf. Sarah and I are both avid readers and collectors of just various art books and
books and stuff.
Books, trinkets, lots of different things in here, tell a story, whether it's a trip or a kind of family memory or an heirloom. We sit in here mainly on kind of weekends,
Sunday afternoon. We wanted to create a space where you wanted to sit and read a book. So not only is it the library, but it's also where you can sit and read a book as well. And actually, we often find our children doing that as well, which is great. It was kind of the point of the exercise. But what I think we wanted to create here was a burst of sunshine as well. So it's a sort of deep yellow colour. And you'll see when we go into the sitting room, that's a slightly different shade of yellow. And I think that colour, I'd say colour complementing was rather important. But this is a happy space. And we love putting plates on the wall. I mean, actually anything can go on the walls, but I think particularly plates they're just fun. And it kind of feels wrong, but it's right. This friend, I have to confess, is not real because I struggle to keep things alive, but she's amazing and I feel like she brings the outside in just a different way. These are actually a new edition. Well, I say new edition, probably a year old, but we actually couldn't find them at home, but then we just gave the desk a bit more of a frame, and we think it works rather well, and it kind of adds a bit of grandeur to it, and you very much want to go and sit at your desk. I think with big pieces of art like this, it's about creating a mood. So we obviously look at this a lot, and I don't know if you agree, Ned, but I'm always like, I wish I was there, which I think is what we want it to do here, is you just float away to another world and enjoy their world.
And then if you look on the wall opposite here, we've got another piece which is quite captivating.
I think it's quite frightening, this piece, I'm not going to lie.
But you can, you know, if you're thinking about the holiday here, you're thinking about another world here that you're walking into.
And I think this piece, though, I have to confess, because this was something I brought to the house, it's a tonal piece, probably more than actually what the subject is. But interestingly, we tried to make it work in the kitchen, above the kitchen table, and it was so lost, and we literally just moved it in here and it fitted perfectly. But I think she's here for her tonal value, to be honest. But I really think here is a good example of keeping it all from the same family. So we've got loads going on. We've got check, we've got stripe, more check. But I think the fact we've just got check and stripe, that is the kind of family here. And in a way, you can almost bring any colour in because of that. I think tonally, they all sit together. I mean, let's be honest, it's a blue and yellow room, isn't it? Yeah, didn't quite realise that. But with a splash of green. But they're all talking to each other. And I think once you work out your palette and your family, you just stick to that. And then you just add in other little bits. And then you offset it with like something like totally random, like an embroidered, bright coloured beanbag.
The little car, so it was a gift for our first child for their christening, and the car was too big for the child, but over the years the children have got bigger and the car works pretty well.
It's quite often at your ankles, but we still love it greatly.
It's made by Bulgaria, and it's an Italian, essentially, vintage toy car, which they can drive.
I think this is one of my favourite things, though, which really wasn't expensive, and I'm obsessed with rattan. I think it's totally timeless, and I've just never seen it in like an art lamp form like this. So I love this. It also breaks the light and just makes it a bit more user-friendly. We're all about our kids creating like pictures and art, and we quite often frame their art, which is lovely because they're always like, is this going in a frame? Is this going in a frame? And I just think there's something so innocent about a child's painting. I mean, I wish I could sort of paint with that freedom. They always do the best art. But you'll see, this is actually a ashtray. I mean, anything goes with us on walls, anything.
Talking of frames as well, you might notice this is a Starbucks cup, and the story behind it is, this is what I used to ask Sarah to marry me.
I said yes.
11 years ago, 12 years ago. The background story is she used to drink a complicated kind of chai soy latte type drink, and I surprised her one morning in the shop or where she was working.
Yeah, she accidentally spilt it, but we won't bring it.
But in Starbucks, they said, classic, what's the name? And I said, marry me, which they got very excited about. And anyway, they wrote it, and they wrote it really badly, so they asked me to write it. Anyway, marry me, I go and propose to Sarah in her shop with the coffee. At the time of doing it, I was so nervous, I spilt it all over the floor. But luckily,
I was like, oh, you're joking, patting it all up, and then he's kept remaining on his knee, and I was like, what's he doing?
Yeah. But yeah, that is the cup.
I think we're all about kind of creating a warm feel with lighting. I mean, I'm actually new to this, but I think lighting is actually really important. Well, it can go from like just being really aggressive just to being like calm, warm, flattering and friendly, which we want people to feel relaxed when they're in our home. So I think lighting is a key way to make that happen.
And I think lighting is important to have soft table lamps, and
combination.
not so much an overhead light, but more of a kind of supportive candle light and lamps.
But I also think we've definitely become more confident as we've been here longer. Like this rug, I don't think we'd have put it down when we first arrived, but we've been here for 3 years, and I think the more confident you get with your home and the more you live in it, you're like, I'm going to do that. I can do that. And so, yeah, here we are. This is probably one of our most confident rooms, wouldn't you say? There's a lot going on.
Absolutely, there's a lot going on. When you look at it like this and you're asked to talk about it, you suddenly realise that there's a lot going on. But hopefully it kind of works in its own way.
Keeping to the family. So we wanted to create a station for the children, but a creative station for the children that meant when they're ready to go to school or we're going out somewhere, there's always that little bit of extra time. So they now very happily sit here, create, make models, do Van Goghs, Monets, like they're forever creating. And actually having it close to the front door it was a happy accident. We didn't do this on purpose, but it very much means that they're always here and they're always drawing or busy doing something. So before we did this renovation, we lived a little bit further into central London, and we did a renovation which was, I'm going to be really honest, we were totally directed by Pinterest. The whole flat was blue. It was like geometric, blue wallpaper, blue floors, blue, 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 blue. And we loved it at the time, but I remember 2 months afterwards, we both looked at each other and we were like, don't like it anymore, I'm bored of it. So I think we really learned from that. So when we moved here, I was really adamant, like, not to be influenced by things or by people or sort of other interiors. And I really wanted us to work out what we were about as a family. So I think being slightly scarred from that first experience, we wanted it to be timeless and classic and not to get bored of it. And as you'll see, we've used, I'd say, some quite mature colours and just lots of stripes, really, which I think never go out of fashion.
Yeah, and I think probably how our roles work is that
Our roles.
I was more on architectural sort of structure, layout, and then Sarah was much more on colours and this sort of finishing details. But I think together we kind of had a nice mix where we both pushed each other, we both challenged what the other one thought.
It worked very well, actually, because I think because we had our own roles, but we very rarely would put our foot down. I think there are probably once I did it, once you did it, but because it wasn't an often thing, we listened to the other one when there was a hoof put in the ground. Yeah, I think it really helped having our roles, but also it took a year to get planning permission, which in hindsight was the best thing in the world because it meant that we really had to think about everything. So the layout, which Ned was on, and then the colours and the patterns, which I was on, meant we could really plan. We had time, and I think if we didn't have that time, we would have made rash decisions and perhaps been bored of things again.
Yeah, and actually the room layouts and structurally where our bedroom was, that changed 2 or 3 times.
Because of time. It wouldn't have done otherwise, though.
Yeah, we would have rushed it and then probably made the wrong decision.
Yeah.
Come on through to what we call the living room, or we don't even have proper names for them.
Sitting room.
Sitting room.
So this is probably our most, I'm going to use the word grand room. We put in, this is actually very much Ned's department because he was on structure. We added this panelling just to kind of create a bit of grandeur in the room and make it feel a bit more like a grown-up sort of, this is sitting room.
This is something I'd like to talk about. So the previous tenants removed, they had a marble fireplace here, and so when we took on ownership of the house, there was nothing in the fireplace. And the idea was that we'd already discussed the sort of yellowy, earthy tones, and what we were going to do with the fireplace was a little bit harder to do. But we built this, or essentially, we built this from tiles with the builder, and very much kind of played around with just trying to get a contrasting to the wall colour.
But I have to confess, this was Ned's department, and he presented the idea to me, and I was like, "What are you joking? It's going to look like a kind of 18-year-old backpacker's fireplace." I was so against it. Anyway, I said my opinion, and then I was put back in my box, and I let it happen. I was thinking it was going to be a disaster, and all I wanted was one of those marble, fireplaces, which are beautiful. But I have to say, I love this so much. As in, it's really grown on me, and it's great. So yeah, back in my box. So this green, should we call her a coffee table?
Futon
Poof coffee table creation. Again, this did not happen when we first arrived here. This has been a latter thought when we've grown confidence with this room, and it made me feel uncomfortable at the beginning, but it brings another sort of vibe to the room, which I think is really interesting. It sort of offsets everything else, but it's still part of the family because it's kind of talking to the green fireplace. But this, I'm forever rearranging this. It's got like books, flowers, candles. It's just a real sort of, it's a display area, let's be honest. It's not really a user-friendly area, is it?
No, but shells from holiday.
Shells from holiday. And it's lovely. You can sit on it as well. It's a great piece. It actually really makes me smile, this green.
Yeah. The rug, the carpet rug, you'll see we originally bought it for a bedroom, but in our previous flat. But
the blue Pinterest
house. But this is from Istanbul. We found it in a bazaar, and just working with the manufacturers to sort of essentially cut it to the right size for the bedroom.
I think we love the ageness and the kind of the fact it's sort of seen so much before it came to us. That vintage feel. And actually, weirdly, I feel like this would work in pretty much any room. This was a chair that Ned designed, and I think it might be one of my favourite pieces in the house because you sit in it. It's got because it's got its high back and its wings. You really can feel like you're in your own world. Like you can sit and read the paper, read a book, and almost it's like do not disturb me. And she's beautiful. Love her.
And you might notice there's a few scrapes on it in areas because it has been through our 3 different properties.
Through the window.
And it's because it's so long, it's so wide, it doesn't fit through many doors. So we've had to take out window frames and lift it upstairs, and it's got the wall wounds to prove it.
But I love that. I think that's.
And this was when we were early dating. We were in Madrid.
That was it.
And we went to a furniture maker and essentially did some sketches because we wanted it to look like an old, I forget the name now, but a kind of tub chair almost like a priest chair. It kind of had that styling to it, but
it's like a private
chair. And so we worked with the furniture maker to produce this.
I like things en masse. I don't really do things in halves. It's either all or nothing. So one of my collections is collecting Staffordshire China dogs. And this is some of my friends you'll see throughout the house. They appear in other places. But I just think they're great. It's constantly what I'm searching on eBay. And they just made me really proud, like my pooches. And also China fruit. You'll see lots of China fruit around the house. But this, I think, is one of mine. She's a good one, isn't she?
And whilst we're here as well, these actually are very good fake flowers.
Aren't they great?
So my business also sells them, but they're great because they can be arranged. You can change how they look, all of that. And again, they're a great timeless way of not being able to kill something. So back in the day, my dad used to collect one-armed bandits, and he had, I think, in his time, a larger collection. But this is one that had my name on. Over the years, I've tried to fix it because it takes the old British 5p. But our son now has taken to sort of.
Occasionally we'll get there's loads of money, and the whole floor will be covered in money. But it's kind of we never know when that's going to happen. It's quite unpredictable.
But it was working until a few years ago. But it will be again soon.
So something we love to do, because upholstering sofas is really expensive, and this is a little trick when did we do it? Why did we do it? I think we did it because, so we used to have this sofa and it arrived with blue velvet cushions, but I'm going to blame it on a child. Something happened to one of the cushions, and I think actually we got it in our heads that we wanted to change this. I probably got it in my head that I was against this navy velvet for some reason. Anyway, we just re-upholstered the cushions, which actually makes the world of difference to the whole sofa. It's a fraction of the price, and you can be quite playful with it. We've tried to, I'd say, frame the room by putting these 2 mirrors either side of this archway, which was actually something Ned created, and I think the detail in it is so lovely. And then lined it with plates, and I think it's so lovely that the plates are all the same. I think that's definitely something we'll try and do in our new house. It's just things en masse I think are wonderful. So Ned loves sailing and he collects boats, and as mentioned, I like things en masse. So I'm going to say it was
your birthday present to me.
Yeah, exactly. So I found the biggest boat that I could possibly find and carry home and bought it for him. And I think it'll be something we continue to collect. I mean, next year I'm thinking bigger. But yeah, they're just kind of make you just feel a bit at one with nature.
But also a practical part with this is because we live in London and you have the street behind here.
It's not very pretty out there.
It's quite a good way of just for security or privacy, just blocking off a bit of the outsiders looking in. So it works in that way rather than just having a screen.
As mentioned, we used to have house rabbits, and they had quite a good go at our curtains. So when they departed, we added some extra fabric to cover it up, and we kind of made a bit of a feature of it. Not going to lie, I think it's rather great. We'll definitely be stealing this for our next renovation. Do you know what? I really feel that one's wardrobe and one's house or interior taste are very, well, for me, they're very similar and they work sort of alongside each other. So with clothes, I'm all about working out what your family is. So if you buy that thing at the airport when you've come back from holiday and it's that random thing that you get home and you never wear, it's because it doesn't fit with your family that's already at home. And I think it's the same with the house. So you work out your family and you think, does it, it could be a cousin, it could be a distant cousin like this bench in front of us. This is a distant cousin, but it still has some relation and connection, sort of sits with the rest of the things in our house. So for me, it's just working out your family and being true to your family. But also I think I have a playfulness. I try and be a bit playful with fashion, and I think I try and do the same with interiors. And at the end of the day, I think it's all about smiling and making yourself feel happy and be happy and laughing. It's sort of like, otherwise what's the point? And I think clothes and interiors should bring joy, and it should be a joyful, fun thing. We're surrounded by them or we're wearing them. So it's like our armour. It's like our sort of shop window, our presentation. Welcome to the heart of our home, the kitchen. I think it was really important to make this the most mega fabulous, friendly, user-friendly space, and I feel like it's a really, really important room.
Our double arches here. So when we were doing the renovation job, the ceiling or the door heights were standard heights, but we wanted to essentially elevate this room and make it feel a bit more special.
Because I actually was like, let's get rid of this and just have a steel and have it so there isn't this middle, but you were adamant to keep the middle, and actually it's great because there's a core.
Yeah, and so this what looks like essentially a column or a plinth is made from skirting board. It's actually plaster skirting board, but there's two of them busted next to each other, and then essentially they create that frame.
Terribly
and we've wrapped
clever.
it all the way around, so actually it gives a really kind of, what we think amazing effect for not a huge nice budget. And
also it separates the rooms, but they're all sort of linked together, and they all have different roles. It's great. Ta-da!
The next thing I guess would be good to talk about is this table. This is a piece of essentially a big oak tree that had fallen down, and we created a table out of it. And so the actual finish on the table doesn't have a proper glaze or varnish. So when we have spills and stains, they kind of add to the charm and character. And then every now and again, we will just sand them back, and
really
it gives this sort of living texture to the table.
And I think having things like lamps, candles, flowers, everything on the kitchen table is always a must. Like the more, the merrier. And it's very much a table that homework, Saturday morning breakfast, dinner parties, we love having friends for dinner. And it's seen so many things. There have been so many happy memories. I think this is my happiest place at this kitchen table in our house. We've got this bench here, which is, it was a lockdown build. Ned built this in, did you build that? No,
Yep.
It might be a lie.
Yeah,
Let's say Ned built it in lockdown. And it used to be it was a dark mustard corduroy, so similar to this, but not this colour seat. And one day we were ready for an upgrade, and I wanted to create a really big, thick stripe, and I couldn't find it. So we've just used different colours of the cord and patched it together, and it's really fun. I think it makes me smile.
Yeah, and actually, if you come and have a look at this is the
the
drawing that we had sketched with the furniture maker.
She was like, "Are you
seamstress.
joking? I'm not doing this." Like, it was obviously just not a very nice job for her to have to do. Anyway,
But you can see the colouring of the different colours to work out.
and we were quite
what's gonna work.
particular about how it happened. And I've always been a bit against gallery walls, like that sort of gallery wall situation, but I've come around to it, and I think for us it works really well here. We've kind of got everything on the wall. We've got Ned's mother, who's a wonderful artist. We've got pieces we bought each other, pieces created by our children. We've got candles hanging on the wall, terracotta plate. I think my favourite thing is our son, when he started school, I bought him these really unpractical navy blue loafers, and because I'm a bit of a manic clean freak, I'm quite often hiding away before you finished. Before I knew it, one had been put in the bin, and I couldn't find the other loafer, and I was livid. I was like, oh my God, he's got to start school. Anyway, I did throw one of the loafers away, but I was like, what are we going to do with the one loafer that remains? Anyway, she is now a piece of art, and I think it's all about having those memories. She makes me smile and reminds me of how busy I am at all times, and you make things like that part of the artwork.
And then you'll see here, we've essentially got the steel, which is the raw steel. When we did this extension to the kitchen, this was part of the frame, and we used to come to the site at least once a day, if not kind of a few times a week. And the builders, at the point we were coming, were trying to kind of cover this up and put it into plasterboard or to hide it, and we said absolutely not. We need to be left exactly like
They
this.
thought we were bonkers.
And
then they're like, let's clean it.
Yeah, even the markings on there are the original ones from the steel yard. But we just think it gives that sort of industrial feel in what is a quite traditionally proportioned house, and gives that sort of extra element of fun in the building as well.
And I think finding those little bits of character and just embracing them. I mean, it's now like very much part of the room. Kids' toys stored away in baskets. We obviously love our children, but I think things like that can very much easily be, hidden.
And then other playful touches, things like this vase, where actually it's a beautiful object that rarely sees flowers, but then that's sitting on an amazing marble plinth that's very, very heavy to move, but that almost acts as our trophy cabinet. So different vases or different lamps have lived on that over the years.
We created this cabinet. We actually looked to try and buy one, a vintage piece, but we really struggled to find one that fitted in this space and felt like it could belong in this space. So we had this one created for us, and it houses all our glassware, plates, and we love the fact that you can see through it, and a bit like clothes for me. I think plates, glasses, they're all so beautiful to look at, so embrace them.
When we were doing the kitchen renovation, we extended 3 meters this way, and so the skylight was, we kind of wanted to have natural light in here, and so we built that as part of it, and you'll almost notice the surround on the skylight is the same as the column at the end of the room, so we kind of used this decoration throughout the house in lots of places, and then you'll see it picked up in the cabinetry in terms of the shelf here that Sarah's showing, and creating the...
I call them hats.
creating the arches above the cabinets.
And I think we wanted to create a kind of Moroccan, a bit like you're on sort of holiday, like relaxed vibe in the kitchen. And so we kept the walls raw plaster. And I mean, if one more builder came up to us, are you sure? Are you sure? Yes, we're sure, we're leaving it. We didn't treat them. They've aged beautifully, and kind of the more they age, the better. And we were kind of nervous to have this colour cabinet, which I guess is just very neutral and cream. Well, I thought it might be a bit boring, but actually it's really lovely because it's just calm. I think because there's so much colour going on in the rest of the house that it's actually quite nice just to have a still, calm moment.
And colour-wise, I think what's interesting is, we mentioned before, we wanted this sort of earthy, quite organic, quite rustic, quite Spanish
feel. Ned used to joke
feel.
that we'd get called the brown family because there's so much brown in this house. But
you'll see the marble worktop for the island, tonally is similar to the orange floor. Again, that's a sort of polished concrete floor.
But with a coloured pigment in it, which is actually super easy to do. They just add a bit of dye to it.
Yeah, and then over here you have a kind of brown terrazzo, like pebble worktop. And so these three together, colour values wise, all feel like they're from the same story, but they're all different textures and different stones.
And you'll see here that there's lots of stuff, trinkets, bits, pieces. I collect China fruit and objects and just things that make me happy and hopefully our family happy. But I think it's organised chaos. Like, this all has it's curated. It's not just like randomly placed. Like, trust me, after our cleaner comes, I'm very much moving things exactly into their right place. But I think a kitchen, I mean any room, I think you can bring memories and pieces like this that just make it your own.
Yeah, and this frame actually, I went to art school, and so at age 17 and 18 I was almost finding vintage frames at markets that were old Baroque gold ones, and then spray painting them. Some of them I burnt down, so they had this really interesting texture, and then would kind of modernise them. This was actually one of my earlier, almost just a test thing that actually has been with us for 20 years now. And
got a real focal point.
Got a focal point, exactly.
And a lamp anywhere for me is a good idea, and I love having this lamp on the island. I think a bit like the kitchen table, it's kind of a bit unexpected. It makes a place that could feel a bit soulless perhaps next to a cooker just a bit more homely and cosy, which I always think is lovely.
And then over here we have a couple of science experiments. These are our son's science projects of growing an avocado from a stone. So originally these started life as an avocado seed, which you put cocktail sticks in, and then it grows a root. And then once it's grown the root, you transfer it to a flower pot. And this is now maybe 6 months of growth, and then this is about
He's
a month
very
and a
proud
half.
of them.
So he's very, very proud of them. So they're pride of place on the island.
And often we'll sit at the island. We've got 2 stations for seats. So this side, do take a pew, and this side, and we'll quite often have supper here, or the kids will sit here and play. And I think it's about creating a space that you can kind of work in and use. So we collect trinkets, moments, invitations, sort of prizes, and I think a fridge is always like a constant work of art. And yeah, this is a lampshade from Ochre with a lamp base from Pookie, and we match them together. And I think we love the contrast, the kind of slightly unexpectedness of putting them together. But again, you've got a lamp by your sink, which you wouldn't normally have. And I think it's about pushing those boundaries a bit and just adding like warmth and coziness to a situation that might feel quite lonely, you know, when you're washing up away on your own.
But I think another thing to mention is, you know, it's sitting on a tile, and that tile would have been a sample for either this house project or something that we're working on. So there's that constant evolution of...
There are always things appearing. We wanted to create a larder that was almost like a sort of a cupboard larder, and it makes life, well, for me, so enjoyable. Things are labelled, things have a station, and I mean, go on in. It's just a happy place to work. And it also means that you use things a lot more when everything's labelled clearly and it's easy to use. We framed it with this red colour, which actually matches the crittle doors out onto the garden. And I think it works really well with the cream. It kind of makes it pop. And we added in the window at the top, which I always think a window inside is just heaven. I think it's because you sort of feel like it shouldn't be there, but it works so well.
So the bar, you know, every house should have a bar. Ours is at the entrance to the kitchen. It gets used a lot, mainly on, well,
Friday nights.
Friday
and
nights.
Saturday it's busiest.
It's sitting on a tray at the moment, but previously we used to have a marble sink here, which has a good story that we bought it was the wrong size.
We bought it to be our sink and it was the wrong size. I was pregnant and it was made to measure. I rang out the company practically crying, was like, I'm so sorry. Anyway, they felt sorry for me, remade the sink again. Ned measured it, it arrived the second time and it also didn't fit. So we had to be like, okay, deep breath, what can we do with this huge marble sink? Anyway, it used to be our bar, but I think working out just a role for that piece when you have it is sort of, if you change your attitude to your house that like, I'm gonna make it work somewhere. And it was wonderful, it lived here and it had all our bottles in it. We actually just taken it to our new place in Wales where it is now going to be our sink. So now we've got a replacement, which is a tray, which I think does work actually just as well. But the tiles are left over from the kids' bathroom upstairs. So again, reusing. And it's just a lovely station, but with touches of, you know, the odd tiger, the odd flower, the odd candle, the odd China chili, the odd shell, just random stuff that makes you happy. So this was a bit of, am I right, Ned? A bit of kitchen that we didn't use.
Yeah, it was a bit of corner.
And we just created a shelf with it, and it's just forever constant moving bits of art, quite often our kids' stuff. But yeah, we've just sort of added another shelf.
Yeah, it was a cheap way to do a shelf that had the same story as the kitchen cabinets because it's made from an offcut from them, and so it works really well. Pictures can just sit up against it.
I would say our style is classic, playful. I'd say it's quite earthy, wouldn't you? There's quite a bit of brown, which Ned always jokes about. But
Yeah, we kind of wanted the kitchen to have almost like Spanish sort of rustic charm to it, and those earthy tones. And then I guess there's that sort of British classical appreciation of design and design features.
I mean, there's lots of stuff as well, but we're definitely at the more maximalist area of things. But it's always like trinkets and stuff and bits we find from our travels, holidays, work trips, like going out to a restaurant. I mean, we've got a napkin framed. Like, there's just, I think a home is all about bringing your memories back to the place where you sleep and live.
And also an evolving process. There's there's always new things that we're inevitably sort of trying or testing or
moving around
or moving around. Exactly.
Changing.
Sarah loves to move around.
Love moving around, especially on a Sunday night. But I also think, which Ned's really good at, which I'm not as good at, is Ned will push us. So for example, this green bench in front of us, I never would have gone for that colour. And when we did it, I felt really uncomfortable. And now I absolutely love it. And I think you do need to push yourself with design, and it's good to feel uncomfortable. And then you'll learn to love it.
Yeah, I think that's something we say a lot, is that if you feel comfortable straight away, then you're going to get bored very quickly, because
It's
you're
like
used
there,
to it,
yeah.
you've seen it, it's safe.
And also we see so much,
Yeah.
all of us do, like you're constantly like stuff.
Yeah, but I think it's important also not to create something that isn't you, and I think that's also something that
So
we try
wise.
to.
Yeah, no, I think, and I actually go back to my point, and it sounds really like, oh, marvellous me, not being influenced by other things, but I was really adamant that we worked out what colours we actually liked, because also so much before you know it, you've recreated someone else's kitchen, and it's kind of, and you sort of pretend cooking away, and you're like, it's not really me. So I think it's being honest with yourself. So this used to be the playroom, and then we had another child and it had to become Lion's bedroom, and we've filled it with stripes and done it on the ceiling as well, which I think kind of creates that like slightly circus feel. Very much a boy's bedroom, a sort of happy, fun, creative place to play and sleep, really. Everything in here is green, and you'll see we've kind of done that in quite a few rooms. Pick a colour and just only let that colour into the room. So here it's, I'm going to say green and mustard. Do you want to explain what this bed is?
It used to be my top bunk bed.
But who built the bed for you?
Daddy.
So this was built by Ned in lockdown. Lion said he really wanted to have a high bed, and Ned amazingly built this.
But yeah, Lion and I built this as just tinkering, seeing what would work best. We built it kind of for his toys and his teddies, and just to give the room, because the room is not huge, it kind of gives a bit more space within that by giving him a second layer. We went to B&Q, which is like a home base. Just bought bits of timber and kind of, almost manufactured it based on what we thought it should look like.
I think we made a real decision though not to, I'm kind of slightly allergic to all of the plastic and generic things that maybe some children's rooms are, so I've directed them for them to be perhaps a little more on the grown-up side, but they can have their bursts of fun and colour with toys and things. The collection over here of rattan animal heads, which we've collected from our travels. They sort of surround Lion's room. I think a denim lampshade is always a really good idea. This actually was DIY'd a bit by us. We cut the shelves out, Ned cut the shelves out, I painted it. Again, another lockdown moment. And toys stored in baskets, always a good idea.
Master Woo.
Right.
And how long have you been making him for?
2 days.
So Lion loves Lego, and this is a station where hopefully none of his sisters can come, and he can store things, restore things, and yeah, have sort of a bit of Legoland.
You'll notice a mirror from downstairs, more corduroy curtains. So these are big, chunky, essentially brown cord for this room. Tonally, I think works with the wallpaper and just the scheme of the house.
When Lion went from having a high bed, and then it was sort of time for him to have a grown-up bed, and we actually were going to get rid of the station above it, and Ned was like, let's just keep it, it might find a place. Anyway, we didn't measure it or anything, but it actually worked perfectly that his bed fitted underneath it. So unlike me, he would have chucked it away instantly. We kept it, and often things like that can work out very well. Yeah, and I think it's trying to add that slightly more classic, maybe a bit more grown-up element to a child's bedroom, which is going to be childlike anyway, because there's going to be a child in it, and it's going to have that feeling of fun and playing and joy. So I think you can be sort of classically playful in a child's bedroom and make it more of a visual feast for the adult perhaps as well.
I guess I've been doing Not Another Bill for 15 years now. It originally started as a subscription service, and it was where people would subscribe and we'd send them a surprise present in the post each month. And the name Not Another Bill was sort of, essentially because people just get pizza menus and bills, and the idea that, you pay a monthly fee and you choose who you're going to gift it for, and then I would essentially source these products and designs from different designers and makers and car boot sales and things like that originally. And then, yeah, share them with our subscriber base. So that kind of product was always a huge part of that, and homewares and design were all just different sort of variations of those products. But that's been the backbone of the business, which is very much like centered in design and product curation, and essentially producing beautiful items that would kind of help tell a story and are creative. And actually, the business has evolved a lot more in recent years, and we now do gifting for brands and consumers.
I think actually quite similar. We both try and bring you lots of joy in your lives.
Yeah, joy.
Smiles.
Off our son's room, if you come through here, is then our daughter Celeste's bedroom, and this is a much smaller bedroom, but it sort of carries on that same sort of theme where the ceiling has got wallpaper. For this theme, it was green and green, which actually used to be our son's bedroom, but he moved out to the playroom, and Celeste is now in here. And if you look in here, this has just got a lot more kind of softer decoration to it, more wall tapestries. She's got a tiny little wardrobe here, and then a little princess bed, which she's now grown out of.
Who's that?
Mousy.
This is Celeste's favourite friend, Mousy. Why do you love your room so much?
Because Mousy is in
So we've been quite traditional in that our boys' room is green and our girls' room is pink. So we wanted to make our daughter's bedroom not your traditional child's bedroom. We've used a fabric by Sarah Van Renen, which I just love, the obviously brown and red and classic florals with it, teamed with a probably softer, bit more girly pink stripe. I love the combination together, and I just love it on impact. So for the bed head and for the curtains, kind of everything in here is just pink and girly, and I'd love to have had this room when I was younger. We've also put art on the walls, which you might not necessarily think to put on a young girl's wall, but I think that's part of the joy of it. And she's surrounding, I think it's so lovely and influential what you surround your children with. So beautiful things. So her little desk / dressing table, which she loves so much. Nancy does her hair here in the morning. She's got her jewellery box, all her hair clips, her lip balms. It's a very sweet little bamboo desk and chair, which actually they're from Bonton, they're vintage. And I feel like she has lots of happy times and happy moments here. Again, her toys are all here, but organised in a way like they're more than welcome to make as much mess as they like in the day, but they have to tidy everything up at the end of the day. And I feel like that's a good discipline for them to get into. This is a very non-fancy wardrobe, but we've added some Beata human door handles to it, and I think it's just a lovely way to update, just add a bit more character to something. I also really love these bows, which are on either side of the doors, which I think I got those for Nancy when I knew having a girl. Just a happy memory. I think it's kind of, I think we would never want to have to forfeit not having them around, so it was like, we needed to make a way that our children could live around beautiful objects and things that were perhaps more precious to us. And I guess we've taught them that there are things that they can't touch, and they've got their toys and where they can play. I mean, they very much can play anywhere in our house. Like they'll pull the sofa apart in the sitting room and be jumping around all over the cushions, but they have to tidy it up, and they are respectful of things, and they don't break things. Well, I say that. They don't generally seem to break things, and I think you teach them that there are boundaries and things that mean a lot to you, and I think it's important that they grow up with those boundaries, but also grow up being surrounded by the beautiful things that you like to be surrounded by too. We recently put this little mirror in the hallway, which is where the children brush their teeth, which is always, it's one of my favourite sights in the evening, is just watching them in their pyjamas brushing away at their teeth. She's brown on brown, which I always think is a nice thing to do. So colour on colour, the same colour on the same colour. And this is always, this chair's often turned round. They're vigorously brushing in their little pyjamas, and there's always a happy moment happening here.
And in terms of art as well, we tend to sort of group themes together. So here we've got a series of
We like things in boxes.
geometric, almost like mathematical drawings, and they line the corridor here. And then we've got a series of fish that join this wall, and then we've got botanical prints on this wall. So trying to kind of have sections where there's clear, definitive themes, and then almost the tabletops are a bit more chaotic. But come on into the kids' or the family bathroom.
Which is just red. Everything in this room has to be red. Do you go on in? So we played on stripes and colour in here. The whole bathroom is red, and it was actually Ned that made the rule. You're only allowed in here if you're red. Don't look at the flippers. But we've run stripes this way round as opposed to this way, which we would normally do. And it's kind of made the room feel wider. And you'll see just things are collected, added, plates, pictures, sort of anything red. And Ned, growing up, always had lots of little boats in his bathroom, and we've sort of tried to recreate that on this ledge. So we're forever collecting boats from wherever we go and just adding them in.
And for the bathroom tiles, we've got a Burton May hand-painted tile, which we've run all in the same direction to create that sort of striped feel, which mirrors the wallpapers as well.
Growing up, I always had a sofa in our bathroom, and I always remember my mum sitting on it while we were having a bath, and I think that's a moment I wanted to recreate here. And I think having soft furnishing in a bathroom is really lovely for your guests. I think when we were sort of thinking about doing the house, we had stuff that we'd collected over the years, and I guess we weren't really that sure of what to put where. So to give each room a colour seemed like a logical thing to do, and actually then it turned into a real thing that we did. So it's great for redecorating it because you just get all your red things and park it in there. But I think with the colour throughout the house, I very much tried to balance it. So you don't see a lot of the same colour. So this is like the red. Lion's room is very much the green. Nancy's is the pink. So you then park things accordingly.
Do you like the red bathroom? Yeah.
What do you like most about the bathroom?
The shower.
The shower.
Do you want to put your flippers on?
And if it wasn't red, what colour do you think we should have made it?
Orange.
Orange, good choice.
Nice choice.
Nice choice. And again, the bathroom has an eclectic mix of art. You'll notice up here, this is a tea towel actually from
That's from our first date.
our first
second
date.
time round.
Sarah kept the tea towel,
And I framed it at our 1 year anniversary.
Yeah, because it's cotton.
Yeah. Pictures don't always need to be on the wall. I mean, we really enjoy these just hanging out in the hallway, like just a bit of wall furniture on the floor.
Yeah, and I think it's also not knowing where it's going to go is one of
Might
those
probably
excuses.
the reason. This is a landing, which actually I've always wanted to have landings. I don't know why, they make me so excited, and I love to have. It's almost a station that it's not doing anything apart from just being a visual feast and a place that you might occasionally just park yourself and just have a moment to yourself. I think a landing is a calm place. I know it's obviously got lots of stuff here, but it's pop of colour.
You've got the kind of Roman columns running as a bit of a theme in various different places. You've also got, we mentioned before about the tiles and things living on tiles, but this was a tile from our original...
The blue Pinterest flat.
Our earlier flat, again, where we sort of were testing things.
Yeah.
But they come with us. It's part of the journey.
Totally.
The chair, the blue striped chair, it was never blue striped, but when it kind of came in here, it had this slightly odd pattern, and we upholstered it into that stripe. And again, I think it's that sort of play where the chair would have been traditionally something a bit more traditional, but giving it a new life now.
So I work from home, which I actually really love. I was a bit worried at the beginning I wasn't going to like it so much because I'd feel I would always have to be working, but we actually renovated our spare room into my office. So it's on the first floor, so you can very much shut the door, which I think is really great. And you can actually see here on this wall, this is my spring-summer collection. So I design and make suits for women, and this is part of my spring-summer collection. And they're all designed and made in London. I make short runs of everything, and I hope that they make women feel fabulous. So excuse some of the linings, they're not all perfect, but we'll be embracing lots of linen this summer, which I'm really excited about. This is a new jacket shape, which has got short sleeves and just has a very sort of chic feel to it. Ideally worn with a jean. We're embracing a Bermuda short for the first time this summer, which I think is going to be really fun. And we are collaborating with Liberty as well with some of their lovely floral prints. This is another new shape for us, a slight waistcoat shape. What I'm most excited about though is this strawberry linen suit. How great is that? And also this denim banana jacket, which is a slightly oversized shape. I mean, her just worn with a pair of Bermuda shorts would be amazing, or like cut-off denim jeans, white t-shirt, tan sandal, belted. I mean, great fun. So with my brand Kipper, which is actually, it's called Kipper because the first female tailors when they started on Savile Row used to travel in pairs. So the randy tailors, male randy tailors wouldn't touch them up. And I play on the nautical sort of fish, like lol side of things. And these are actually from my first photo shoot I ever did where I was on Brighton Beach in big big flippers. And I think adding that playfulness it's just always makes things way more fun. I feel this room it's quite packed and it's quite full, but I think actually to be creating in it's wonderful because there's always things to inspire you. There's always something around you and it's just a really happy place to create in. This is painted by a lovely artist called Lucy Mahon. We originally had this room painted as it was actually called Livid. It was a blue colour and it was a little bit livid. It didn't bring much joy to us and we tried to work with it. We kept trying. Anyway, we wanted to add more stripe, but we felt like we'd exhausted the striped wallpaper. So it was actually Ned's idea. He was like, well, why don't we just paint the stripes? And it adds a different feel to the rest of the house. But it's got that sort of artist, sort of hand painted because it is feel, which I think is really lovely. And I think that makes the room feel very calm. So even if there's lots of things and bright things and madness going on in here and there's, deadlines, etc., there's still got a sort of moment of calm, which I think is really lovely. When we were working out the layout of the house, Ned and I really wanted to be able to have our own area. As much as we love our children, we just wanted to have our own space for us. And it worked out that the top of the house meant that they almost didn't have to come through us. So they obviously can come up to us, but they're here and then we're above them, which I think works really well, don't you know?
And on the stairs, what we were keen to build was somewhere where we could put our art and our kind of trinkets and treasures. So we got a special ledge built here. And this just becomes a kind of roaming gallery with where we swap out.
Forever evolving gallery.
Exactly. And then I'll let Sarah talk through this collection of her shelves.
So when we were renovating this house, we were staying in a house that meant where my bags were stored was in a bookshelf. And I was like, this is absolutely genius because I can see everything, I can use everything, and also I love my bags, so why not make them a serious feature? So these are actually old bits of part of the kitchen that we didn't end up using. So they became some shelves, and we added some additional shelves because I have a rather large bag collection. And then you'll see here there's a cabinet also for more bags. But, bags are a piece of art, and I think the way you display them is really important for also the way you use them as well. But I love bags and accessories and anything fashion, so for me to have it out on display is a real treat.
Rubik's.
This is Ned and I's area. So this is our bathroom. Ned and I's bathroom. I think because we have the space, we're very lucky we've got our own sinks, which I think might be a key to a happy marriage, which we both enjoy very much. You'll see we've added some lights with our initials on the top, just in case we forget which sink is whose. And these actually were picked up in an antique market, but sort of add a bit of joy and playfulness to our bathroom. We put the bath so you can sit and face out the window, which, it would be lovely if we were looking out to the countryside, but it is really lovely to have that feeling of space and escapism, which we also tried to achieve with this picture above the bath, which neither Ned nor I have been to, but it's creating a moment of somewhere that we would like to be, and it's a place that one day we will visit, and it's just, it looks great, doesn't it? This bench was a wedding present from my uncle, which is probably one of our most prized possessions. It is so comfortable and just slots in anywhere, and it feels like it's kind of been there for forever. It has clothes put on it, towels put on it, children put on top of it, dogs put on top of it. You can sit while someone's in the bath. Just a very joyful piece. So Ned and I love an exposed loo without an actual door. We love the openness of the kind of like, I guess we wanted it to feel a bit like you're in a loft or like an apartment. So this is our loo, which we've smothered with pictures, and the striped wallpaper connects to our bedroom, but it was very much an afterthought. We didn't arrive and do this straight away. So I think as our confidence grew with the house, so did our sort of ability to push things. And a stripe, kind of obviously it was going to be a stripe.
And here is our bedroom, and I think one of the first things you might see is how high the ceiling, or how the ceiling is working. And when we were renovating it, we essentially exposed the eaves and then ran wallpaper all the way up it, which gives a really nice kind of airy feeling, even though the room traditionally was a little bit less high ceilinged. We've followed a sort of similar colour theme of the reds and, well, I guess reds and greens in here, isn't it?
If you looked at the house technically, we probably should have taken the room downstairs where my office is, because it's got the beautiful bay windows. But Ned and I were adamant to have our own space, and it was actually our architect that said, open up the ceiling. And we were so thrilled with what we found was these amazing beams, and it's just totally transformed the room, and we couldn't love it more. And the kind of craziness of the stripes as well, which one of Ned's comments before we did it was like, are we going to feel sick being in here? But actually it kind of works, and it makes it cozy, and it just adds to the, I guess, the bonkersness of the whole house. This is actually an old street lantern, which we just needed one, and I kind of love the way it's not your traditional light, but it sort of, it works in here, I think. We tried to find a bed, and we couldn't find one that fitted the space or that we sort of liked visually, that also wasn't an absolute fortune. So we had one created for us, and it's quite a masculine bed, but I feel like it fills the space and the room really well, and definitely adds some sort of I'm here character, doesn't it?
Here this is the old flooring. So in the olden days, when I think this must have been a room with its own open fire, when we pulled up the floor, we found this, essentially the old ceramics to it, and then we decided to put a wood burner in as part of that to kind of keep that history alive. And actually the linking floor from the bathroom, also this is also the vintage, or not the vintage, but the original flooring as well, which is quite nice. It kind of has a bit of that old story, but then with softer fabrics.
We love to add trinkets wherever you can. So you've got the bit of Staffordshire, some boats, a fish, just anywhere you can add in stuff. We like to add it in. This is also where we've done that cushion situation again. So this arrived in a green, just a green wool, and we added, playing on the same colour, but we added some tartan, which I think just makes it a bit more interesting. Also makes it your own. So this has to be my favourite room in the house. As you know, I work in fashion, I work with clothes. I love clothes. So this is very much my collection, my happy place, my tools, my sort of everything is in here. You'll see that we kept the cupboards exposed, so there's no doors on it. And I think, like the bags, I love being able to see everything. Not only does it make it more user-friendly, but I think it's a wonderful feast for your eyes. Every 3 to 4 months, I get everything out. I try it on, I reconnect with it, I sell it, I pass it on to charity, I give it to a friend, and then I reorganise the whole thing. And I think it's really important to remind yourself what you've got and fall back in love with things and move things on. It's almost like a sort of cycle, a continuous cycle. And having everything here just makes me so happy. And I think because it's open and you can see it, it means you really keep it tidy because you're respectful that you're looking at it. But it's such a joy for Ned and I. He has an area of the wardrobe, but it's a really happy place for us in the morning where we both have our space, we get ready and we sort of chat across the island. I'm this side, he's that side, and we sort of do our thing and get ready for the day and put our armour on. So here I've got jackets. I don't organise things by colour, but I organise things by suede and leather, summer jackets, cord, tweed, more winter jackets into slightly more sort of coat jackets. Then we've got the trouser selection. We've got shorts at the top, skirts, winter trousers, denim, down into summer trousers, evening wear trousers. So if I'm going out in the evening, I'll go to my evening wear station. And it just makes getting dressed quite user friendly. Then we've got waistcoats, lighter jackets, shirts, which actually is probably my most common area that I'm in. I love this. Bit of a sailor twist on life. That's like a nautical theme. Coats and jackets are probably one of my sort of weak points, but I feel like you can just never find, I just always keep finding ones that excite me and make me just want to have them in my lives. Then I've got dresses and then into long coats, which I really do just think are the best. You just can't beat a good long coat, can you? Also a cape. I've got really into capes these days. We've got a check, we've got a tartan, we've got all sorts. And then we've got boots, we've got summer shoes, we've got trainers, we've got ballet flats, but they're all in their station. They're all in their box. They know where they are. And then we've got glasses, which, I mean, I think choosing your glasses is just like sort of choosing your accessories. It's a really, really important part of an outfit. And it's one that's the final touch of my outfit. And I'll quite often be saying to Ned, is it these? Is it these? Is it these? And I think, you can have fun with it. So we've got jumpers, we've got cardigans, we've got tanks, we've got t-shirts. These I think are my best though. I mean, I'm obsessed with a scarf. I love, love, love tying a scarf. I think there's nothing more amazing than just adding a bit of neck furniture. But these are H&M rattan boxes and they're just great because you can kind of pop it all in and then they fit on your station. Voila. So this is where I do my hair, do my perfume. I love mixing perfumes actually. I feel like maybe you're not meant to, but rules are there to be broken, aren't they? I love making my own sort of creation in the day. I love coming to add my jewels, my sort of brooches, my finishing touches. This is kind of probably where the most creativity happens because it's sort of really trying to make that outfit fully complete. My girls are often up here running around with earrings, necklaces, and I try to remain really calm and let them express themselves, / I'm like, please put it back immediately. But it's a really fun place that I love being in and yeah, just I love collecting and adding to it as well.
Hello, I'm blessed.
Get it up.
What's your name?
Hello, I'm Lion.
And who's this?
Hello, I'm Margaret. Hello, my name's Nancy. My bunny.
You love your
what
bunnies.
else? There must be something else. What at your desk? Where you do your hair in the morning?
Where you blow dry your hair in the morning. Okay, Celeste, what do you love most about home? What do you love most about your bedroom?
Mouses.
Okay, Lion, what do you love most about your bedroom?
Margaret.
Nance, what's your favourite room in the house?
My bedroom.
What's yours?
The kitchen.
Why do you love the kitchen?
Because my 3D printer or anything.
What makes home a house?
Home a house, house a home.
I think what makes our house a home, it's probably going to sound a bit corny in this one, is these guys and the energy that you sort of, the kind of mess and chaos that they create.
So I'm always trying to tidy up.
I think, there's nothing better than a weekend or something where we're all together and there's just sort of inevitable mess and kind of playful creativity of art sets, and Lion's got a new 3D printer and that's just printing out everywhere, and these girls are drawing on the walls. For me, that's kind of what home is. It's a sort of chaotic.
Happy chaos.
It's a happy chaos, exactly. Rather than trying to be kept too neat or too perfect.
Home for me, I think, is about creating a world that when you walk in from the outside world, you're very much in your own world and you forget about everything else from the outside world, and you create a place that you want to be, a place that you want to be in, and that you feel you can kind of escape from the world. And I think a home is never finished. I think you're always adding and you're always building and you're bringing memories home and it's our world. Yeah, we've created a world.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Natasha. Welcome to my home in London. Come on in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
Hi, my name is Natasha Landers. I'm an interior designer and a diversity consultant. Welcome to my home in London. So I moved into this house about almost 25 years ago. It was my second home, and it's what we'd probably call now a doer-upper. It's something that builders would take on, not necessarily someone that didn't have very much money, and I didn't. But I loved the feel of it. It's a Victorian house, but the people that I bought it from, unfortunately, the husband had passed away and she was elderly. She was going into a care home. But at the time that they lived in the property, it was a time where Victorian architecture wasn't seen as fashionable. So they removed a lot of the original features. So I would say probably about 80% of the things that you see in the house now aren't original to the house because they were taken out. So things like the fireplaces were taken out, the spindles in the stairs were taken out, and they'd put this kind of wooden fretwork which was ugly and frankly quite dangerous. If you pushed on it, it would fall through. And even the ceilings had, I think in America you call it popcorn ceilings. In England we call it Artex. So it's that kind of very rough plastered ceiling, and that was a lot downstairs too. So there was a lot of work that I had to do. I had to rewire. There was no central heating. Can you imagine living in England with no central heating? So that was a must. Well, the one thing that I hadn't counted on was that the roof wasn't fit for purpose. And I didn't realize until one morning I woke up and it was raining outside, and I thought, well, that rain sounds very close by. And it was close by because it was raining inside the house. So I had to find money to immediately replace the roof. And that wasn't part of my plan. Welcome to my living room. There's lots to see in this room and lots to tell you about the history of it. So when I moved into this house, it was very cold and because there was no central heating. And actually in this room, which has two ends to it, there were only 2 plug sockets. And I moved in here in the year 2000. And at that time you had things like answer machines, videos, DVD recorders, as well as your TV. And I literally had 1 socket at one end of the room and 1 socket at the other end. So part of the rewiring was actually not necessarily the nice fancy stuff, but the practical stuff, the everyday living stuff. The other thing that they'd taken out was all of the original features. So any feature that you see in this room now has been reinstated. So all of the ornate coving that's in both sides of the room, the corbels, the ceiling roses were literally put in about 4 or 5 years ago. So they're pretty new to the house. All of the windows, the single sash windows, which would have been original to the house, had been taken out. So I reinstated them. For me, it was really important that although my style is very modern, that I was sympathetic to the architecture because I love Victorian architecture, which is why I bought the house. So I think that you can work very well a modern aesthetic, but still have very Victorian architecture. So yeah, that's one of the key things in this room, is that it was completely redone in terms of the architecture of the room. And then I was really interested in colour blocking, but I think I'm quite rebellious in nature in terms of how I design and how I decorate. And so I didn't want to do colour blocking. You know, when people talk about a feature wall, so one wall with just colour on it, I wanted to break the rules in terms of where you would see the colour blocking. So there are 3 different colours that are used in this room, and they are on this wall here. You'll see them around the room. So this is called Mr. David. The yellow is Mr. David. This green is called Olive. And this is called Light Bronze Green. And they're all by the Little Green Paint Company. And the biggest colour blocking in this room is the ceiling. I didn't realise how controversial it is to paint the ceiling. Even my mum's like, aren't you going to leave the ceiling white? And so when I told them I was painting not only the ceiling, but the coving, a lot of people were like, it was sacrosanct. But I say it's my house. And I just knew it would work. And actually, I think it has really highlighted the cornicing and the detail of the cornicing by having that light bronze green on the ceiling. And the ceilings were high enough to take that colour. So again, about being rebellious around colour and colour blocking, I have this yellow line block that comes across the ceiling, it comes down, and then it goes across the floor. And I did it because I wanted it to kind of be a nod to gym flooring, but also to say, yeah, it's going to go on the floor. It's not going to stop on the walls. So it goes across the floor. It has a real practical use around illusion, actually, because this side of the living room is smaller than that side. So when I did the line, I deliberately did it at an angle, so it gives the illusion that both sides of the room are kind of equal in terms of their size. If I'd gone straight across, it would have just sort of signified how small and boxy this side is. So it actually works in terms of that. I would really have loved to have had shutters which were original to the house, but this house never came with shutters. And I don't like doing reproduction, so I really wanted to do something that was a nod to Victorian shutters, but was also unique to me. And if I can't find something, I design it and I get someone to make it for me. And so I was working with a carpenter, and he suggested using scaffolding boards. One, because they're cheap, because they're scaffolding boards, but 2, they're really nice and chunky, and they're old pine, so they're really great to use. And his idea was to kind of sand it all back and just use it as new. And I was like, oh no. When I went to the builder's yard, the wood yard to find it, to source it, and I saw that some of them had like the printing from the builders still on it, and these metal bits would have been on the edges of the board to keep them, maintain the boards. So when he was working on them, I said to him, keep all the metal parts and don't sand the wood all the way down, which he thought was really odd. And I was like, no, I like to have a story behind whatever I have within my home, and what a great story about the authenticity of where this wood came from. And so it was important to still maintain some of that and not for it to be just shiny and flat. He thought I was a little insane that I reused the metal bits and stuff, but I love it. And in the past, I've been part of an open house festival in London, and the public come round and through my home, and this is always a talking point around doing it. And so, yeah, I love them, and they're very practical because I've only got single glazed windows, and they are very cold in the winter. But with these shutters, it really keeps the room warm in the winter, and in the summer, if we do get any heat, if I close it, then it cools it off. So it's aesthetically pleasing and also extremely kind of practical. Also very important in this space is my art, again. And I'm really fortunate to not only just be able to collect art, but also to know and call artists my friends as well. So this is the newest piece that I've added to my space, which is on loan from Sharon Walters. Sharon Walters is an amazing artist, and she works a lot with collage. And the history behind this piece here is she was invited to New York to look at an archive of old pictures and to pick them. And this was actually a postcard, I think it was from the 50s. And so she then had it printed out onto fine paper, and she used pastels to, and what I love about it is it really makes these two women stand out. So she's used kind of the pink pastels on the dress and then the green. It actually has kind of a 3D effect to it. And I love it. I love it. We're talking about whether it stays here permanently, but it's beautiful, and all of the colours are so very vibrant, and it just fits so well in this space. And then another artist that I really love, and I've been working closely with a friend as well, is Gary Marsh. So he's a sculptor. He does the most amazing sculptures, and he has a studio in London. And again, this is also on loan. It's called Reflection. And when we were looking at where we would put it, Gary was saying to me about that it's a sort of piece that actually works better on the floor. You kind of see it better from the floor. And again, why I loved it is it's got a real story behind it. So he works a lot with the medium of wood. And this piece of wood was being cut away from a tree because it was being diseased. Not being diseased, sorry, it was a diseased piece of the tree. So he took it away and treated it and worked on it. And there is something about, you see different angles when you look at it, and it's a face. And part of it reminds me of kind of African masks, but also part of it reminds me of kind of and like a Buddha kind of face as well. So it's very reflective, and it makes me feel really calm. And I think that's the point of it as well. So yeah, for me, art can bring lots of different emotions, and it just, the other thing for me is that I can often buy a piece of art or curate a piece of art and think I'm buying it for a particular space. And for me, my art speaks to where it wants to go. So I might say, okay, I bought that for the bedroom, and then I go to put it in the bedroom and it just doesn't work. And it kind of guides me to where it needs to sit within the home. And so, yeah, I really do curate the space, but the art helps me to do that, if that makes sense. It's not always where I expect it to be that it ends up. So yeah, I just love how these two sit together actually. This piece over here is by Benji Reed. So Benji is, his background is dance, but he's a kind of a photo-futurist photographer. He's almost always the subject of his photography. And I was drawn to this. I got this from his exhibition in London, and he's sitting on some sort of like stuffing, like furniture stuffing, but it looks like a cloud, holding a sparkler with an oar. And it works. It's all very random, but it works really well. And yellow is one of my favourite colours, so why would I not be drawn to the yellow of Benji's? And then the other pieces of art in this room, this is by another friend of mine called Caroline Chinique, and she's a digital artist, and this is actually on metal, and you can buy this art with different colour backgrounds, but you know, green and yellow, that's my signature backgrounds. This is my daughter. This is my daughter Maya. She's 26, but this is a picture from when she was 2 or 3 in my mum's garden. And during lockdown, I contacted a portrait artist called Florence Lee, and I sent her the picture, and she created this from a picture. And actually, I've got quite a bit of Florence's work around the house as well. So that's really dear to me. Let me tell you about this tree. So this past Christmas, I didn't want a Christmas tree. I didn't know what I wanted, but I didn't want a Christmas tree. And then I was inspired by Gary March. He did an installation called an affirmation tree. And I'd also gone to an exhibition of Yoko Ono at the Tate, where she had a wishing tree. And as I say, there is so much negativity and sadness in the world. I wanted to create a space to hold people's wishes, manifestations, affirmations. So anyone that visited during the kind of holiday season, or I reached out to people online, people who followed me and said, just tell me what it is that you want to wish for and I will add it to the tree. It's got a life of its own now. And it was supposed to come down after Christmas, but it felt quite precious to me and I wanted to do something with it rather than just throw it away. So I've been speaking to Gary about working on something together where perhaps we burn the tree and the wishes and we take those ashes and we create some sort of art, maybe put the ashes into resin or colour, or create some sort of a sculpture with it so that we can preserve it. Because it means a lot to me. It's not just about decor. Yeah, these are people's, it's called Make-A-Wish. These are people's wishes around it. So that's why it's still here, but it has another journey to go on in terms of what its next iteration is. And sitting next to it is another piece of art by Stephen Anthony David. This was one of the pieces that was on sale at the Private View in my home. And I say I'm usually drawn to just portrait art, but I think it was just all of the colours in it. And it was hung there during the actual Private View and it never left because I decided to keep it. So art is really core to me, and the furniture in this room is very eclectic. So there's lots of high-end things. For instance, behind here, on the floor here is a Donna Wilson rug, and it's called a zigzag rug. And there's a story. There's always a story behind my finds. So for years I kept buying really cheap rugs, but not really liking it. And then one day I saw an advert, not for this rug, but the rug was used in the background, and I tried to source it and I rang the company that had it in the advert. They didn't know where it came from. And one day in Google, I just thought, let me just put in zigzag rug. And it came up. And it was a Donna Wilson rug. I got it from a company called SCP in Shoreditch. And I got it. And what's great is I got it in the sale. So I got it a lot cheaper than it would usually have been. And I feel like I've had it about 10, 12 years around that rug. So that's kind of quite high end. But also there are lots of pieces in here which are mid-century pieces which I've got from Etsy. This piece here I got from eBay from a woman who was emptying her parents' home after they passed away, and she hadn't understood how in fashion mid-century furniture is, and so she was selling everything really cheaply. And when I went to collect this, which was £50, which is very cheap for that kind of a table, she said, it's just gone, everybody's just bought everything. So that was a real bargain to get that. But she told me that her and her brother used to play, put jigsaws and play card games on it. So I like when I buy vintage or second-hand furniture, I imagine what the story is, where it's lived before, it lived with me. But there's something classic about mid-century furniture. I think for me, it doesn't date, so it fits in with any kind of aesthetic as well. One of the things I am really proud of in this room is this sofa here. So this sofa started life as an IKEA sofa, which I've had for maybe about 15 years. And I loved it because it reminded me of kind of Corbusier because of the metal frame. And it was still really comfortable, but it was really grubby. So rather than send it to landfill, which didn't really appeal to me, I had it reupholstered. And what they did with it was they added like tufting to the back as well and to the sides. So that wasn't there before, it was all flat. And then also added like beading around the edges as well. And so I have a brand new sofa. And it's interesting because people will see it on places like Instagram or when they come to the open house and they ask where they can buy it and you can't. So I'm hoping this will last at least another 15 years because it's in really good nick now. Wasn't a cheap option, I should say. Reupholstering isn't a cheap option, but if you love something, and I really love this sofa, then rather than buy something else, why not just reupholster it? This bulldog lamp, I've had this for years, and it's from Abigail Ahern. And Abigail Ahern is a designer an interiors products designer, and she did a range of different dogs. So I used to have a poodle dog and also the bulldog, but the poodle had an unfortunate accident and could not be replaced because she doesn't make them anymore. My bulldog's called Winsome, and yeah, she sits here, you know, being very commanding. But I like that kind of quirkiness around having quirky things. And what's also important for me visually as a designer is that every element of a room has interest. It also works really well as a location house, because it means that when people are coming to do photography or filming, they've got different angles that give them kind of a different vision. So I'm very kind of purposeful about where I design. So no corner is left untouched. So, you know, having this planter in the corner here was specifically sourced. It's from Hayes because it fitted in there and actually was exactly the same color as the doors and the ceiling, that kind of light bronze green color. So that was purposeful for that space. This piece of art here is by an artist called Evadne Davis. She was in the semi-finals of Portrait Artist of the Year. Her medium is that she often uses old wallpaper. So again, when I talk about growing up in a household, a Caribbean household, in lots of Caribbean households in the 60s and the 70s that have very bold wallpapers, so clashing wallpaper and carpets and things like that. So in this picture, it's actually got some wallpaper as the background, and then she's painted on top. I'm working with Evadne actually, and the next private view that I'm going to have is going to be dedicated purely to Evadne's work, which I really love. We're going to go through to the kitchen in a moment, but when I moved here, this was one big window, far too big, and usually, because this would have been the side return, so a side return is like a little alleyway that used to go from the second reception into the garden. And so I thought it was a very big window, and the man that lived here previously, he used to have a big shed at the back of the garden, which is very tiny, with lots of wood in it. When I took down the shed, I found these double doors, which was original to the space. So again, remember what I said about them wanting to take out anything that was remotely Victorian or old. So they took out the doors, but because he never threw anything away, they were in the shed. So I had this put back into its space. I added like fluted glass to it. I added some beading and these really gorgeous, these are from Rocket St. George, and they're peacocks. So again, some of that ornateness, which kind of works with the ornateness of the ceiling as well. The way that I've decorated my home is very much a homage to who I am as an interior designer, but my home is dressed in the same way that I dress. So I like lots of color, you know, I think I stand out, and the house stands out as well. So there's lots of blocks of color around the home. I particularly love greens and yellows. I'm getting into browns and blue colors too. It's starting to enter the palette too. So there's lots of color. So for instance, in my kitchen, the biggest color block is my yellow floor. So I have a rubber yellow floor in the kitchen. And I love it because one of the things it does is, even on a dull day, it's a sort of space that always feels warm. It feels like there's always sunshine in that space. So color is really important to me, whether that's on the walls, whether that's on the floor, or in my furnishings or accessories. So color is a key thing for me. Upcycling items, using it in different ways, is also core to how I decorate my house. And I think the final thing is, you know, I know people use eclectic a lot, and maybe it feels overused, but my style is eclectic in terms of the furniture. So, you know, in rooms you've got high-end next to high street, second-hand and vintage. And I think it sits really well. So I really love mid-century furniture because I think it's really classic, it doesn't date. In fact, it's next to an IKEA sofa that I've upcycled with different fabric next to a more high-end rug. And it all kind of works together. It's quite a cohesive style. So I think colour for me is really important. Looking at materials and using them in different ways, and also mixing different areas of furnitures and accessories. What do I love most about my home? I think what I love most about my home is it is really reflective of me as an individual. So I don't really necessarily follow trends. You know, sometimes I see people on social media and I see that they decorate because they feel it's on trend. Or, you know, we hear about, oh, this colour is the colour of the year and stuff like that. And I'm not consciously swayed by any of that. I think I'm quite rebellious in the way that I present myself and the way that I present my home. So what I love most about it is I think it really reflects my personality. The other thing that I love about it, and I always say to people, is I'm not precious about it. It's a home, you know, I want people to be able to sit comfortably. I hold lots of like dinner parties and games nights and things like that. It's also a location house. So it has to feel versatile and comfortable around it. So I love the versatility and the comfort in it. And I think the other thing that I really love about my home is that I am a collector of black portraiture, predominantly by black artists, because I like to be surrounded by art that I see myself in as well. And so I'm very passionate about my collection. And interestingly, I didn't think I was a collector, right? I was just doing it. And then my friend said, you do know you're a collector, right? You collect art. And of course I do. To me, a home is not a home. My home wouldn't be a home without art. So let's come through into the kitchen. When I moved in 24 years ago, this kitchen was a lot smaller. It wasn't a tiny kitchen, not quite a galley kitchen, but it was really cold and it was really dark. So it was the kind of kitchen that you'd run in, make a cup of tea or make some food and run out of. So about 9 years ago, nearly 9 years ago, I decided to extend the kitchen. So part of that extending was from these doors, which would have led into the garden. So this bit here, so coming out, using part of the garden here, and then going outwards as well. So in terms of space, I gained about 3 meters onto my existing kitchen, and I then gained another 3 meters the other way as well. And it's created this really big space. This is probably one of my favorite rooms because irrespective of whether it's rainy or miserable outside, which it kind of is at the moment, it's always a room that has lots of light. So when I was designing it, that was key to my design, is how to bring in as much light as possible. So having the Velux windows at the top, which are really the biggest that I could get at the time, to create that light coming in, having the picture window behind, and then having crystal doors at the end, means that there is light coming in all different angles. Plus this room is south-facing, so it gets light almost throughout the whole of the day. And it's so interesting because just being able to expand brings the light in a way that the kitchen, which was south-facing before, was not getting any light at all. So there's a real warmth to it. So when I was thinking about designing it, as well as the light, I wanted an industrial element, and I wanted an element of it being made, custom made. I didn't have custom made money though. So I had to be mindful about how I did that. And so, for instance, having brick walls, reclaimed brick walls, added to that kind of industrial feel. Having different types of cabinetry, so having plywood cupboards which were made, actually they were made by the same carpenter who made the shutters in the living room. So those were custom made, and then having a different cabinetry in terms of the drawers. meant that it just felt very different. Again, bringing in that kind of eclecticness, but also quite industrial about it. So one of the things I had to think about was lighting. So then I had to think about, well, what could I have that would be uniquely me, but still be practical? And I came up with this idea for copper pipe lighting installation. And I call it an installation because to me, it's almost like it's a piece of art in itself. I've got underfloor heating in here because I didn't want any radiators taking up any of the wall space. And so the guy that was putting in the underfloor heating, I showed him some drawings, some really rough drawings. I said, can you do this? He said, well, I haven't, but I could give it a go. And he was so meticulous. He did more technical drawings. He took measurements. He went away. He got the piping. He put it together. He would continually ask me to come in. Where did I want it to drop down so we could think about task lighting above the worktops and the food prep area, but also what would fall down on the table as well. So he really thought about it. And the way it's made actually is that it's not soldered everywhere. So if there's a problem with any of the wiring, you can actually just pull it apart. So the electrician who had to then, once the structure was up, had to wire it, did it within, well, he did it in less than 20 minutes. It went up so quickly because it was so easy to do. In terms of detail, I've used Bakelite bulb holders, and I've also used kind of old, kind of twisted cord. Now that twisted cord costs a lot of money. So what we did is we used plastic throughout where you couldn't see, and then just added the twisted cord to it. So you get that effect, but you're not having to spend the money on things that you can't see. And it's loosely based on the London Underground map. I say loosely, there's no Victoria line or Bakerloo line, but it's just the kind of how it's designed and how it flows around the ceiling. That's what the inspiration is. Most recently, because I love plants, I think plants are really important to spaces because it softens spaces. And I've got a local florist that I go to, and she was selling these plants. And I came to him and I thought, why don't I get those plants and get them to start sort of as a vine twirling around the copper pipes. And so these are a recent installation, but I'm loving the softness that it's bringing and the different texture that it's bringing. So the copper and the green against the copper as well. And my idea is that eventually it will just cover the copper, and the copper will just shine through the spaces of it. I've got the same idea in terms of plants for my brick wall over here. This was a plant that used to be in my office, but it wasn't getting much love or much light. So I brought it down and I've started to trail it against the wall. And also these plants here are kind of doing the same thing. So for me, it gives that illusion of a living wall. My aim is at some point that plant is just going to take over that wall and merge with the others as well. So there's something about, although it's industrial, bringing a softness to the space by using plants. I use plants a lot when I'm designing, actually. I think particularly in a country where you don't get a lot of sun, you don't necessarily get kind of the fruit or the flowers of being outside because you're not outside a lot of the time. It kind of brings that indoor-outdoor space into here. I think in this room, I've probably got about 27 plants, maybe a bit more than that, which is a lot, right? But I love it. Another nod to industrial is the tiles. And even the other day, someone asked me on social media, where did I get my copper tiles from? These are not copper. These are actually porcelain tiles. And they're from Fired Earth. And the reason that I bought them is because they looked like copper and they fitted in with that kind of industrial feel. And these are actually floor tiles because you could get the wall tiles, but for some reason they make them smaller, as in smaller in size, but it's still the same texture, still the same material. So this kitchen was extended this way to its maximum width because my neighbours agreed to do what we call a shared party wall, which means that I'm able to build a new wall partly on my space and on his space as well. So that means he got a wall for free when he extended, but it means I get more space inside of here. And you might not think it makes a big difference, it really does. On this side, my neighbours decided that they didn't want to share the party wall. And you can see that this part is the extension part just here, where it comes in. So it comes in quite substantially, it comes in like this. So when my carpenter was building these boxes, these plywood boxes, we had to decide how it would fit. So firstly, he said, well, we could end it here, but for me, aesthetically, it would make it really obvious, right, so this is the new part of the kitchen, because it would look like we can see. So what he decided to do instead is he built an L-shaped cupboard, so it literally curves, hugs into that curve, pushes in. So I have a thinner part here, which I use for displaying different things. And now it just looks flush. Every single one of these cupboards are different. This one has 2 doors on it because it holds all the stuff that doesn't look aesthetically pleasing. And I painted on a blackboard paint because originally I was going to use it like for a shopping list. And then when my daughter moved out, she moved out a year and a half ago to live in another city. She left me a note and it was so touching to me that I wrote it onto here. And so you can see it was in July 2023. So as long as it can stay there, it's there. And it's just a reminder of our relationship because we're really close. And this is really the heart of where we spent a lot of time together. So yeah, it means a lot to me to have it there. Yeah. And the aim of these boxes was to have them sort of jarring and conflicting with each other. I don't like uniformity around it. So I say they're different sizes. Some have doors on them, some don't. But also at the top are boxes which can be moved around as well. So you can configure it differently so it could look different. I'm going to be honest with you. Since they've been up there, I've never ever moved them because they look all right. But if I wanted to, I could. And I keep at the top things which are dear to me, but that I don't. I want to make sure that they stay safe. So I want to show you. I don't take this down very often. This is by an artist called John Daniel, and he created these. They're called Afro superheroes, and he had an exhibition at the Victoria and Albert Museum, and these were limited edition. Can't get them anymore, and unfortunately he passed away. And so they're dear to me because he was a wonderful person and a great artist. So they're never ever used. They're always kept up there, safe, but where you can see them. Yeah, they mean a lot to me. So I keep those up there. And on the other side, in the other box, that artist that I was telling you about, Stephen Anthony David, when we had the private view, we were working with a winery, and they use recycled bottles. And so they were saying at the time, because there was another artist called Donald Bow who was part of it. He creates vessels. And so they gifted us some wine and gifted these bottles and suggested to Stephen that he could paint them. And so he painted them. They had alcohol in them, and I kept them. And so these are original pieces from Stephen. I just love them. So they're never used. They're just left up there. And that's another bit, but one of his pieces as well. A lot of his work is sort of autobiographical. So this is him in his favourite chair, in his old house with his sash window and his favourite lamp, reading. And I was drawn to this again because the colour really suits this space. I love to collect coffee books. Sometimes, if I'm honest, I collect them because I like the covers and I like the colours of them. They really fit with my aesthetic. And I like layering books as well, because I think that gives a different texture, different height. So sometimes I'll put flowers on them. Sometimes I'll put candles or things like that. Yeah. So there's lots of little aspects of colour, pops of colour. This is also from Vitra as well. This is a Vitra clock. I do a lot of dancing in the kitchen, and I've got vinyl both in the living room and here, so that this gets played quite a bit. Particularly disco. I love disco. So there's a lot of disco dancing in the kitchen too. This is a little cute thing. I got this at an exhibition. I think it was at Somerset House. It could have been 154 Somerset House, where they do an exhibition every year of the African diaspora artists. They had a pop-up shop there, and I love this because I see myself in this, but also I love the colour of it too. So yeah, so she sits on the shelf. The biggest thing that this room is known for is this yellow floor. I often say to people, I didn't know I was so in love with yellow. And then I look around my house and realise you really do like yellow besides green. And this yellow floor was the biggest investment in this room. I think it cost about $4,500. And that was to lay it, buying it and to lay it. And it had to be laid on a very flat floor because the rubber is like a second skin. And there's a horror story behind my cowboy builders and the kind of floor that they left behind. And I had to pay for it to be re-skimmed. And it's actually in rolls. It comes in a roll, but it's so expertly put down, you can't see where the seams are. And considering I've got a dog, it's been very hard wearing. And it's nice, it feels really warm underfoot because it's soft. Plus I have underfloor heating, so it's really cozy in here when it gets really cold. But it's a huge expanse. And for me as a designer, it shows that colour doesn't just have to be on walls. There doesn't just have to be a clock or accessories. It could be your floor is the only thing that's colourful. My walls are like a very soft white colour. But all the different bits of colour are all the different aspects that you see around the room. Even my chairs. So these chairs I got from John Lewis. And I like them because they remind me of kind of school chairs. And there is, I think it was on Rocket St. George, they used to sell these kinds of chairs and they had the colours on them, but they cost a fortune. But I've got lots of tester pots left over. So I've painted a whole load of these, all of these chairs with different pots of paint. So I've created it for no money at all. It was just what was already in the house. And that again adds colour to the room. I've got this huge table. It's 3 meters long. It can sit about, I think I've had about 16 people, 14, 16 people around this table. It's great for entertaining. It's great at Christmas time. And I say most of my parties happen in the kitchen, including playing dominoes, which is a real Caribbean thing. Although they can't slap down the dominoes, not on this table. This table came from a place called Very Good and Proper. And they have a warehouse near here and they have a really great warehouse sale. And I got this as an ex-display and it cost £700 and originally it cost £3,000. So I always like to try and look for a bargain where I can. But I originally saw it and walked away from it thinking it was too big for the space. And I kept thinking about it and I kept thinking about it. And then I came across it again. And I'm so glad that I bought it because this space can more than hold, this table. So yeah, lots of fun again in this room in terms of things. These lockers. So my cowboy builder didn't create enough storage for me. And I needed somewhere practically to have things like my brooms and mops and stuff like that. I didn't know what to do. So what I did was I bought these lockers and I turned them into like utility cupboards. So they have all of my, I'm not going to open it because things will probably fall through, but all of my cleaning fluids, mops, stuff like that work really nicely and work really well with the aesthetic of it. I didn't want to create another cupboard here because I don't know if you can see, but all of these drawers are floating. That was part of my design for here. They're not meant to be floating, but they're actually on really strong brackets, industrial brackets. So they look as if they're floating. And I didn't want to spoil the look of that. Well, the fridge couldn't float, nor could the cooker. But besides that, that's why I did it in this way. And I went for pan drawers, particularly for two reasons. One, have you ever had cupboards at home and you can never get to the back of them? You're trying to get to the back or you never use them. But when you've got a pan cupboard, you can go straight through. So these were great. And I was really lucky. I went to the Ideal Home exhibition, hadn't been for about 20 odd years, went on the last day and saw this as an ex display. And they sold it to me for a third of the price. And I had a really tight budget on doing this part here, which was that it all had to cost 5K. And so they sold it to me, got home, measured and realized that the kitchen that they were selling me was not big enough for this space. And I said to them, look, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to go through with the sale. And they said, don't worry, what sizes do you need? And they sold it for me for the same price as the ex-display one. And it was brand new. So never feel frightened to ask. Because you never know, someone might say yes to that stuff. In the hallway, back into the hallway, is my gallery wall, which has an eclectic mix of different black artists. So this one here is by Marilyn Fontaine. This one here is by a woman called Curly and the Cloud. Some more Stephen Anthony Davids. The very top one has an interesting story to it. I saw it in the window of a hairdresser's in South London. And I said, oh, is it for sale? And they said, yeah, it is for sale, actually. It's a woman who's an artist and she wants to raise money for a domestic violence charity. But she said, no one has really given her a serious offer for it. It's an original piece and it's based on two things. The dandies, so you know, like the saboteurs from the Congo who dress in a particularly sort of austere, very flamboyant way, but also the dandy comic. And she put those two together and it's on African print. So it's an original. And I got it for 100 quid. So yeah, that's kind of pride of place in my gallery wall. To me, what makes a home come alive, what gives it soul, is it has to be, I think I've said this before, but it has to be really reflective of who you are. You've got to feel comfortable. It can't be a show home. So for me, it's important that, yes, aesthetically pleasing is paramount to me, but functionality is also important, that they work hand in hand. I think the things that you put into your home that are important to you give it soul. So for me, my art is really important, but you know, having pictures of my daughter at different ages. Like I have a picture that I commissioned to have done during lockdown, actually, of her when she was 2 or 3, and she's in her 20s now. And that to me gives soul to my home. Personalizing a space is important. So this is my bedroom. It's the main bedroom and it's the most recent redecoration that I've done. So everything in here has changed recently. So on the walls, what I wanted to do is I wanted to play with double drenching. So double drenching or drenching is where you cover all the surfaces in one or more colour, rather than, you know, traditionally sometimes people have a white wall and they don't paint the radiators. So in this room, the colour on the wall is it's called Castel Pink. And it's almost like a plaster pink colour, so it's quite soft. And that pink is on the ceilings, it's on the walls, it's on the radiators, and it's on most of the woodwork as well. So it's kind of seamless how it kind of blends in as well. So I also did it on the main door. And then I had some accent colours with the double drenching, which was a colour called Chocolate by the Little Green Paint Company. And that's on my linen cupboard door and on the windows as well. And then the floor was painted, and the colour there is called Attic One. And actually it's kind of like if you mix the chocolate with the pink, that's the colour that you would get on the floor. So they all kind of merge into one around it. I just wanted a softness in here. And if you notice in here, it's very different to other rooms. There's no bright colours, there's no jewel colours. And I think because a bedroom should be really quite restful. And that's what I wanted to create in here. So it's got quite minimal furniture. It just has a bed and a bookcase. And again, another mid-century piece that I love that's in here. And it's just lots of bits of art, and I like to have flowers everywhere, so that bud vases around the room as well. This is by an artist called Imo, and I bought this last year. And again, it was just picking up the colours. I liked the way that she painted, and the limbs of her characters are very exaggerated, and I really loved it. She's really blowing up, this artist, so I'm really glad I got in there quite quickly. This one here is by Florence Lee, and she painted the picture of my daughter downstairs. And the reason this one is special to me is that my grandfather was Cuban, but he left Cuba at a time where if you left, you weren't able to come back, you weren't able to have contact with your family members. And so he moved to St. Lucia, which is where he met my grandmother, but he only spoke Spanish, and he was deaf. So it must have felt quite lonely to him, you know, not having that kind of connection. And this is quite clearly a Cuban woman, and she's got the cigar. So that's kind of a nod to my family. It's not a family member, but she could well be a family member. This one's special to me because it's the very first piece of art I ever bought. So I was a student, I was living in Cardiff, and I went into a poster shop and I saw this poster in the shop. So I've had it at least 30 years. 30 years plus. And I think the colours have probably faded somewhat over the years. It's by an artist called Ana Juan. And it's always a talking piece because we're not sure who the characters are, whether it's a same-sex couple, if it's male or female, non-binary, I'm not sure. Don't really care, but it is a talking point about who is who in there. But it adds to the softness in this room. As well. Lots of lighting. Lighting is really important to me, softness of lighting. So whilst I love this overhead lighting, I bought this from Etsy many years ago. I wanted to have like different lighting around the room. So I have a lamp here that I put on if I'm just chilling in my bedroom. I have these bedside lamps, which look very mid-century. They're actually new, but they look very mid-century. And then something to just kind of jar or change what we'd expect to have as colour in here. I've got this Snoopy lamp. It's called Snoopy Lamp, and it's by Floss. And I think the green really works well with the browns and the pinks that are in the room too. And then, yeah, just I like to pepper it with books, candles. This is a book that my friend is in, actually, Donald Bow, and it's a book by Malene Barnett. It's called Crafted Kinship, and it's all about Black Caribbean makers. And I like it because often when we think about Black artists in the UK specifically, I think also in America, it's often from the African diaspora or from America. And I don't think Caribbean makers and artists really get the credit that's due to them. So it's really special to have a book that creates that and pays homage to that. So yeah, that sits on here too. And in terms of texture, having different rugs that overlap to add some kind of warmth to the space, and then a rug that's bringing in all the sorts of colours, the pinks, the greens, the browns, that brings everything that's around the room together. But my biggest investment, because I didn't have it for a long time, were curtains. So I stupidly, about a year or so ago, decided I didn't like the curtains that were here. And so I pulled them down, and the rods. So I had no curtains for a year in a room that has single glazed windows and is overlooked. So I'd literally have to command roll out of bed and kind of crawl out of the room for decency's sake. So I needed curtains for decency, but also to keep in the warmth. So I invested in these curtains, which are wool, and they're lined. They've got blackout blinds, so they create real warmth. They feel that they're really tactile. And I had her do this kind of cottage style at the top. And I added these bronze, I think they're called French poles as well. So I'm very much a stickler for detail. But now this room, which is always really cold, at least at night, feels really warm. So it works because it's got that kind of chestnut brown that goes with the browns and the pinks, but it's also practical. So yeah, this is my little haven of where I come and chill in the evening. So my professional journey is really quite varied. You know, I always loved interior design, and I've definitely been inspired by my mother. She was not very traditionalist in how she curated or designed the homes that I lived in as a child. So I come from a Caribbean, my heritage is Caribbean, and I grew up in like the 70s and the 80s. That was my childhood. And Caribbean homes, a lot of my friends' homes and people I knew had particular items which every Caribbean house would have, you know, so things like doilies, so sort of hand crocheted things that would either be on the tables or you would have them as backrests on sofas, or there's this thing called flock wallpaper, which I think is making a renaissance actually, but it's this sort of velveted flock wallpaper. And there was a time where everybody thought, yeah, this is the thing to have. But my mum was adamant she wouldn't have it because that's what they had in pubs. But she was very into colour. She was very experimental. She loved, you know, she used to have feature walls before even feature walls were a thing. And she allowed me to experiment with my bedrooms as I was growing up. So I think definitely me getting into interiors and loving it is part of growing up in a household where interiors were a key part of how we lived, and very different to other households that I saw growing up. And so what happened was, it was a long journey to get to the point where I was doing it full time, because for many years I did it for free. So I do other people's homes, people's offices, I do pop-up shops, I do installations in different places. I wasn't getting paid for it. And then someone reached out to me and said, look, I've seen your home and some of the things that you've done. Would you be prepared to do my home for me? So it was kind of my first paid client, Leon, who's still a client of mine. And I thought, well, I need to start doing this more and curating it more. So that's how I got into interiors. But at the same time that I was doing that, I also worked in the field of diversity for about 30 odd years as well. Just working on the benefits of it around anti-discrimination. Justice is core to who I am. And recently I did a video actually where I married the two, because often I used to separate out from my diversity work and my interior design, but actually all of that is intrinsically what makes me who I am. And so I did a video talking about the importance of inclusive language and inclusive design. So, you know, for instance, getting people to talk about the principal bedroom or the main bedroom rather than talk about the master bedroom, you know, because language is really powerful. That kind of harks back to colonialism and slavery times and classism, you know, talking about things like Jack or Jill bathrooms, you know, very gender specific, or My biggest bugbear are calling shutters plantation shutters, because that can feel quite offensive and triggering for people. And there are other words that we can use which very easily replace those sorts of things. So you can just call shutters shutters, or louvered shutters, or wooden shutters. So getting people to understand the power of language in design and just connecting the two in terms of inclusivity. So more and more now I'm looking at how those two things interconnect, because it's very much a part of who I am. And the interior design has moved into my house now being used as a location house. It has been for about, gosh, the last 4 or 5 years now. So I rent it out on location to things like editorial shoots, adverts. Continually, my career is evolving around the interior space, but also around diversity too. Let me take you to my main bathroom, which it was inspired by avocado. So this is the main bathroom. I have a thing about different doorknobs, and using different things for doorknobs actually. So these were coat hooks, but I have a problem with my hands. I have something called fibromyalgia. So the bigger a doorknob is, the easier it is for me to push and pull. So I repurposed these, and they're a lilac colour, so it goes really nicely with this brilliant green to use, because it's just a push and pull door in here. So when I moved into this house, this bathroom kind of ended here. So the bath, the toilet, the wash basin were all within this kind of space here, which was ridiculous. You could sit on the toilet and touch all of the walls. So it was important for me that actually one of the first big renovations I ever did was to extend this bathroom so I could add a shower and this roll top bath. Now this roll top bath has a story to it. Many years ago, 20 odd years ago, I found this roll top bath. I bought it in a shop underneath a railway bridge for £50. A roll top bath. At the time I could afford the £50, but I could not afford to extend the bathroom. So this bath sat in the living room downstairs for 2 years until I had the money to extend. So I think the moral of the tale for me is I don't do fast renovation because I don't have fast money. So some of these things have taken time to get to this space. But I'm really glad, because as I say, it's lived here for 20 years and may live for another 20, because there's no way this is going back down the stairs. It would have to be broken up. And why I call it the avocado bathroom is in the UK in the 70s, I'm sure one of my family members had it, there'd be suites. So like the wash basin, the toilet and the bath would be a particular colour. So they were really into colour, and one of the colours was avocado. It's actually coming back in fashion. I think they're expensive to buy now as retro pieces. And I was inspired by that to create a sort of a 70s feeling here. So as I say, inspired, not wanting to do it exactly. So still having sort of white sanitary wear, but using, and in here it's farrow and ball, and it's called bancha, and create sort of drenching the walls in that, and using basketware and bamboo shelving to bring that 70s vibe into here, to have those kind of elements of those 70s vibes in here. And again, it's another room that every room I have has art in it. So just because it's a bathroom doesn't mean you can't have art. So this is my newest one. It's a poster with Nina Simone and Miles Davis on it, and it's a concert that they were in. But a piece that I will show you that does hold a lot of significance to me is this piece, which has my uncle in it, and he's on a boat coming from the Caribbean to London. So you might have heard of the Windrush generation, and that's where Caribbeans were invited by the British Empire, because they were part of the British Empire through colonialisation, to come over and to help rebuild the UK after the war. So this is actually a picture of him in black and white on a boat with his friends. So that's a piece of history right there. So yeah, that's on my wall in here as well. Hi, welcome to my hallway. It's actually one of the places in the whole house where the original features were not taken out. So you'll see just beside me, these are the original corbels, and I think they call these like dental things, I'm not sure, but like coving. These are all original to this hallway. But in the house, that's probably the only things that did remain. And I think probably the reason that they didn't take it out is because if you had taken it out, you probably the ceiling would have collapsed on it. But I absolutely love the fact that those are still in this space. The hallway is special to me because it holds a lot of my art. So even just coming into the space, like just here to the left of me, is a Black History tube map. I got this from Black Cultural Archives. I think it was a Black History Month. And it's the London Underground tube map, but the lines on the tube map tell you about different Black people in history in relation to sports, arts, LGBTQ+, media, all of those sorts of things. So it's a really great learning for people that come in. They're really interested to have a look at it and to understand where it is. So I loved it. And the fact is, it didn't cost much. And it's in an IKEA frame, right? But it's to me, it's very, very impactful. This hallway was inspired by Lego, and it was about the primary colours of Lego. So whilst the walls I've kept very neutral, it's called Silent White actually, it's a paint by Little Green. There are blocks of colour which is in the art, but also in things like the light switches. So the light switches are all different colours in here, and they were specifically made for the space. So I've got like a forest green over here near the front door. Then if we walk through, then I've got a bright yellow, like a sunshine yellow. And then further down the hallway, I've got an orange, and upstairs is like a purpley colour too. And so I wanted the lights to be a feature as well as everything else. So the walls are, as I said, silent white, but the doors and the woodwork and the radiators are called Brilliant Green. And it's, again, by the Little Green Company. And again, it was about bringing those pops of colour into the space. The other thing that I added to this room was the flooring. So I had a really nightmare flooring example where I had what we call a cowboy builder. A cowboy builder is a builder you don't want to have in your home. They cut corners, don't do things very well. And I had some really expensive flooring tiles on the floor. And literally within 3 months, they started popping up and started to crack. So I had to change them. And then I thought, what could I put on there? And then I thought about a reclaimed gym floor. So my flooring in the hallway came from Poland, and it's a reclaimed gym floor. And you know it's a gym floor because it has all of the markings and the colours that would be on there. I don't know, to denote, I don't know where the basketball bit was or the football pitch was. And I just left it to my builder to decide how they fell, you know, how he laid them out. And what I particularly like are these very random pops of colour all around the room, which ties in with that theme. And it actually feels like it was always meant to be here. So it's not shiny because I don't do shiny. So I like the fact that it's kind of rough and it's reclaimed, it's old, it's used. But so it's very sturdy, but it also adds that pop of colour to the space as well. Art is so important to me, and I collect predominantly Black portraiture by Black artists. A lot of that is in the hallway. So there are 2 pieces here which are from Colin Barnes. Do you remember the Tom and Jerry, the cartoon? So I grew up with the Tom and Jerry cartoons, and I always remember that there was a woman in that cartoon, but you never saw her face. You only ever saw the bottom of her. And so this to me speaks about how sometimes as black women you become invisible in film, invisible in life, and just kind of paying homage to her and how we saw her. So I loved the prints, so I bought both of them from Colin, and also they've got lots of colour in them, and colour is my thing too. So yeah, these are really important to me. I was walking in Columbia Road Flower Market in East London. It's this big market with fresh flowers, and there's an art gallery there called Nellie Duff, and I was walking past it and this was in the window. So this is by an artist called Stephen Anthony David, and again I loved it because it was black portraiture, but I also like that she's side-dyeing. It's actually called sister side-dyeing, and in kind of Caribbean black culture and UK culture, we do this thing that if someone is, someone's annoying you or something's not going right, you kind of side-eye to the side. So it kind of gets you thinking about who or what is she side-eyeing, but she's definitely being quite strong in terms of her gestures. I love Stephen's work. You'll see that it's around the house, and actually one of the things that I do is I curate the space for black artists. So I create private views. I did one last year in about September, and Stephen was the main artist. So I took off all my other work and it was curated so that all of his art was here and people could come and see it, and they could buy it as well. And the idea behind that is that I go to a lot of gallery spaces, a lot of private views. I've never been to one in a house. And I often think people think, I love it, but how would that work in a house? So for me, the concept is you come into a home. It's kind of like it's a home, and it's an installation, and it's curated, and it worked really, really well. So yeah, I love Stephen's work, and as I said, you'll see it all over the house too. This is another piece of Stephen's as well. And although I like portraiture, I was so struck by this at his private view here that I bought it. I was supposed to be selling art, but I also love art, so I bought it. And this is a ball, and it's made on wood. So often he works on different mediums, things that he finds, maybe doors, cupboard doors or big doors, and he then repurposes it and he creates his art on it. I love that about it. So yeah, and that sits just really well here. Another piece of art that I've got here is there's a kind of a social commentator called Kasvare, and I hope I'm saying that right. Kasvar made it, and I love this piece because it was a play on I Love Marmite. Not a lot of people do, and so there's some social commentary in all of her art pieces. And this one's got the mandem, which is a real kind of London thing about how you talk about young people, kind of street kind of culture as well. So yeah, a bit of comic relief in the space as well, which also works for me with the playfulness of this hallway and that thing around those kind of primary colours too. So let me tell you about this runner on my stairs. So I've lived here almost 25 years, and for the first sort of 10 years I had no carpet on the stairs because I'm very sort of specific. Some people might say quite anal about, I know what I like, and until I see it, I'm not going to put in anything different. And so I couldn't find a carpet that reflected my style. And then I found this carpet, and it's called Dotty, and it's by the Alternative Flooring Company. And I had it made, it's a carpet, but I had it made as a runner, so it specifically runs up the stairs and up the hallway, but it has a border around it as well. I just thought it was really quirky. And I've had it now about 15 years and it's still as good as new. So sometimes if you can afford it, spend a little bit more on something that's good quality because it works out in the end. You know, the fact that this has been going for 15 years and I've no plans to change it, it's still going well, is important. So yeah, it's that kind of juxtaposition that things in my home don't have to necessarily sit, like the palettes, the colour palettes, might feel like it's jarring to people, but I think that's part of the eclecticness of this space is that there are different things. There are circles, there are squares, there are bold colours, all of that kind of great stuff. So for me, the word home means sanctuary. It means a safe space. And you know, with all that's going on in the world, it has to be a place that you can come home and feel like this is my sanctuary from whatever is going on in the world. This is my comfort. And for me, I'm a sort of person, I'm very extroverted, but winter time is my hibernation time. So to be able to be nice and warm and cuddling up with my dog, you know, and drinking tea and listening to music is really important. Home is where I can be myself as well. So I'm often dancing in my kitchen. The best parties are always in the kitchen. And whether there's anyone there or not, I'll be dancing in the kitchen. I suppose for me, home is where I can be myself, where I'm not worried about judgment or ridicule. But yeah, home is safe for me. So bye, Homeworthy. It was so much fun showing you around my house in London, but you've got to go now. Bye.
Hi Homeworthy, I'm Alice Crawley and this is my Notting Hill home in London. Please come in.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
So I moved into this house in 2020. It was in the middle of that year during the height of COVID. I had just returned home with my 2 daughters from Hong Kong, where I'd been living abroad for about 14 years. So it was a very good feeling to be back home in England, around my family, safe, and we completed on this house only 10 days before I arrived back in the airport with my girls, and it was a great feeling to lay down my roots properly, first home on my own, and I feel like this is definitely a forever home. The thing about this house that really drew me in, not just from the location, which was perfect for us because it was within walking distance from where the girls went to school, but there's just a feeling that I'm sure everyone can relate to when you walk into a house, when you're looking around lots of different homes and you've got your criteria and your algorithm in your head of what you need. And this one just ticked all the boxes for me. It had a lovely warm energy to it. It has a tiny little garden. It had enough bedrooms for us. It had a good layout. It was very neutral and it was in very good working condition, which meant that I actually just had the fun job of decorating and spending most of my budget on that rather than having to gut renovate and do all of the first fix stuff. So yeah, there were just so many things that were right about it, and I just knew straight away. And actually, I fell in love with it. Then it went off market. My heart was broken, and fortunately the couple knew I had my heart set on it, and they came back to me in June 2020 and said, actually, we are going to sell. Would you like to put in an offer before we put it back on the market? So I was so fortunate. And even those things kind of give me goosebumps talking about it, because it was meant to be. The lady who sold it to me was also called Alice. She's born and bred in Hong Kong. So we had a lot of synergy and it felt very special. This is my study. It's where I work when I'm working from home and not in my studio. It's like a little slice of calm, heavenly space where I don't get disturbed by everybody. And as you can see, there's a lot of colour and there's a lot of joyful things going on in this room, I think. My favourite thing about this room is the bespoke bookshelves that I designed and had made by a friend of mine. It's interesting because when I first moved into the house and I was using borrowed furniture initially, I had a desk that was sitting up against this wall, and I remember just feeling so uninspired and thinking, oh, it's just something really not inspiring about facing a wall. So that's when I had the idea to sit with my back against the wall looking into the room, and I can't tell you what a difference it makes. And then following on from that, I decided to do a cork wall opposite the desk, so I can pin up fabrics and ideas and really see things from a distance. And it's really liberating just being able to chuck stuff on the wall, stand back and have a look at it. And I think it also looks really cool and kind of a bit 70s retro, which is why I've got the kind of retro sofa here as well. I've got this lovely yellow wall colour which I had made by a friend of mine. She's a colour technician, and we were trying to find the perfect yellow that just again wasn't available to us, and it reminds me of this kind of creamy biscuit, like a custard cream colour. And it's in this space and also in our sitting room right next door to us, so it kind of carries through. Even though the two rooms are very different, we've got the same wall colour. And my favourite detail about this room is we actually used white with a little bit of pink in it for the cornicing and the skirting, and all the woodwork that you see has actually got a tiny bit of pink in it, so it kind of somehow makes this yellow feel a bit less dated. Otherwise it was looking a little bit dated against white, so it just sort of seems to sit really well together. As you can see from the desk here, we've gone for like a beautiful rich red colour, which we finished. It's an oil-based paint, so it was a nightmare because everything, when it arrived from the carpenter's workshop, all the pieces had to be painted 8 times over and then a gloss finish. Again, my decorator was looking at me like, what? But I think the overall effect is really beautiful. It's this kind of rich, glossy, deep colour. And in the middle, I've got a banquette seat with fabric from Sewn, and it has really stood the test of time. It's now 5 years old, this seat and this space, and I feel like it hasn't, you know, it's when you get really good quality things made, they definitely last, which is great. We've got a beautiful shell wall light as a kind of focal point in the bookshelves. I think it's really fun. You'll see dotted around this space, there's also wall lights. I actually put these reading lights on the ceiling, and they shine onto the wall like a kind of gallery, which is a bit wacky, but I think I'll turn them on so you can have a look. They have a really nice warmth because I didn't want any pendant lighting in here or the sitting room. So we've got these shell wall lights perched on the ceiling, shining down onto the walls to show us what's going on. Outside there's a tiny little balcony, which is lovely, again, when it's a bit warmer, but even just to look at on a horrible day, it kind of leads you out into the garden and another world at the back of the house. There's also a really beautiful house that we look onto. I'm very grateful for that, which has lots of like ivy growing up the walls and beautiful windows to look at. It's hard to say what I love most about this house. I think if the house was on fire, I honestly would not know what to grab. I would just think, ah! Yeah, there's just so many layers and memories, and it's definitely a maximalist house. I would not even try and pretend it's minimal. We've collected things that mean a lot to us over the years and woven those items and pieces into the interior design very strongly. But I would say my favourite space in the house would probably be my study, which I'm looking at now, which is so exciting to design and a little bit extravagant because I made this amazing bookshelves, bespoke joinery, which I designed and had made to sit at, and this is where I work from home, but ultimately it's the one room in the house that is child-free most of the time, and it's my sort of calm space where I can be creative and think, and it's a little sanctuary, so that would be my favourite thing about the house. So I've got these pocket doors, which we had made and used glazed reeded glass. I don't often close them unless my husband works from home, and he's always doing calls and it is very noisy. So that's when I close them. Otherwise they stay open and kind of let the light shine through. There we go. This is our sitting room. This is our grown-up sitting room, I would call it. We've got our cosy sitting room downstairs in the kitchen, but this is where we would come, my husband and I would come up here in the evenings and watch television on our own sometimes if we're lucky, and we have friends and we entertain up here and have our drinks up here before going down for dinner. One really fun thing about this room is an ottoman which I've designed, which I love, because what it is it's really, really good for sitting on, but also it has a secret bar underneath the tray, which is quite fun. So I'll show you now. you lift up this tray, hopefully I won't mess this up. Whoop, it's quite heavy. And then inside, we normally have an ice bucket and some spirits, and we can make drinks up here, and it's quite fun. In the past, I've also used these ottomans for hiding mess and toys and all those sorts of things as well, but actually we felt like this was more fun to have a little secret bar there. So you can see behind me, I've got a bit of a gallery wall club hang going on. I couldn't tell you, well, I could tell you which picture I started with, but over time I've just bought little pieces of art and added to it, and it's like a giant jigsaw puzzle that's not perfect by any means. But I started with this Lynn Chadwick picture in the middle, which I absolutely love, which was one of my initial colour stories for this room. And then I built out from there. And as you can see, there is a lot of colour going on, but I feel like more is more. And once you've broken the seal and decided to just mix up loads of patterns and prints, and there's a lot of the same colour family going on, but there's also some things that clash, then it's just really liberating because you can just go for it and just keep adding layers and layers, and it all just looks kind of fun. So started with the Lynn Chadwick, and then I've also bought this piece of art here. Is by Linda Jameson, and my husband and I, it's the first thing we bought together, which is a pretty radical. She paints landscapes but with unexpected colours. So she'll paint a kind of quite realistic looking landscape and then use like neon pops of colours and get all the, the trees are blue and the sky is, well, the sky's blue, but it's just an unexpected style of landscape painting, which I really like. What else have we got here? This is a gift that I got my husband for his wedding present. I found this antique piece of art from a friend of mine. She's got an antique platform called This and That London, and I had this beautiful bobbin frame made for the artwork, which I think really brings it out. We've got some cute little prints that I've framed over the years. Tish Bozansky, I really like this artist. He does quite sort of surreal, beautiful artwork, which is all like architecturally quite interesting. And these pictures, I've got one here and one upstairs, are by a really brilliant young artist called Honor Weatherall, and she draws them all with watercolours and does these perfect little lines, which I find very satisfying. This side table over here is from the Lacquer Company. He's one of my best friends. Actually, he makes the trays for our ottomans. And it's his collaboration, with Rita Koenig. So it's got the lovely wavy edge top. That was one of my first purchases of furniture in this room. And this sofa actually came back with me from Hong Kong. And would you believe it, we couldn't get it through the front door. We could get it through the front door. We couldn't get it into this room. So we had to cut it in half and then reupholster it on site, which was fun. Funnily enough, the one thing that people really find joyful about this room, which I'm not sure I'm excited that this is the most exciting thing, but everybody seems to love these drinks arm tops, which I had made. For some reason, they're just like bizarrely satisfying for everybody, but we have these made so that you can put your drink down. They're a little bit old and scratched now, but anyway, maybe I'll make those one day. This desk was a gift, again, from my friend James, who owns the Lacquer Company. I absolutely love it. He's so clever, and he has the most amazing colours. So you open the drawer and it's like this beautiful orange inside, although obviously it's not very tidy, so I'll close that. But yes, this is a perfect desk for when my husband is working from home, and I've given him a chair that's not too comfortable so that he doesn't spend too much time here. We've got another rug from my collection with layered on the floor. This colour combination is one of my favourites, actually. It's that sort of inky blue with a woody brown, which feels quite retro and a bit clashy. And I've only just recently put it in here. I had something else, and it's so fun refreshing your home, and just like a new rug changes everything. Then suddenly you're like, oh, okay, well, now I've got that. Maybe I'll swap this in and swap that out. So that's been our recent update to this room. These lampshades are from Alice Palmer, who's a very good friend of mine. She makes the most brilliant fabric lampshades. You'll see quite a few of them throughout the house, and she's done one in the corner as well, the stripy one. They're really fun. They kind of just soften it and dress it down a little bit, which I think is nice. I feel like my time in Asia was really, really, truly inspiring to me from a design aesthetic. Not just the furniture and the details, but I love the serenity of the spaces that are created. And well, it's a sweeping statement, but predominantly where I was living was Hong Kong and Vietnam, and they just had a way of like making space feel comfortable and inviting, and there's day beds and there's just places to lounge and sit and enjoy life, and also just the style of furniture I absolutely love. Bamboo is one of my most favourite materials. I love bamboo furniture and faux bamboo furniture, and I feel like it harks back to a really fun time of like chinoiserie, as well as feeling quite like relevant. So yes, there are lots of pieces of furniture in this house that I collected during my time abroad, which I've kind of injected with some English antiques and some newer pieces of furniture, so that it really feels like a blend of old and new. Okay, so now I'm going to take you downstairs to our kitchen, everything room, basically. So this is our everything room that I was mentioning. Obviously, predominantly it's our kitchen. As I said, I inherited the house with the kitchen like this, which is beautiful. And all I did was to repaint the units. I decided to go for the exact same colour for the walls and the woodwork, and everything in this room is painted in pink ground by Farrow & Ball. My decorators thought I was completely mad. They were like, you sure? Are you sure you just want to paint everything in this colour? But I actually feel like the more you use a colour, the less you notice it. So because it's not sitting against white anywhere really, apart from a skirting board, you don't really feel like it's an overwhelming pink. It's just a really warm, enveloping colour. And we're also known as the pink house, so I feel like it's appropriate. There's a lot of pink in this house, pale, pale pink. The outside of the house is also painted in a kind of plastery pink colour too. So yeah, so we repainted everything, changed all the hardware, put some lovely pink marble as a backsplash, which took me ages to find, but I'm really happy I waited for the right one. And then it was just about giving the space as zones, so that you've got kitchen, little dining room, and then at the end it's more like a playroom, kind of gets a bit messy, toys, television. It's where we sit and get cozy sometimes after supper, and then there's a tiny little garden at the back, which is more of a courtyard, very low maintenance, thank God. Yeah, and that's about it really. You can see that I've got a few nice bamboo pieces of furniture, and I absolutely love this temple mirror, which I sourced while I was living in Vietnam, which has got an amazing scale to it. I love it. And the dining chairs are also from Vietnam, from a lovely supplier over there. They're made of bamboo. And I feel like they just sit really well amongst some of the more traditional English furniture in this room. On the floors, I've got my rugs that I've designed for Layered, this lovely Swedish rug brand. You'll see them scattered throughout the house. There's quite a few. Again, there's like a little bamboo motif on this rug. So we've gone full bamboo in the dining area. And then there's a nice lattice rug down in the playroom end, which are already getting slightly trashed. But as I said, that's the whole point of a family home. You can't be too precious. One of my big splurges for this kitchen, things I didn't have to put in the kitchen, was buying some beautiful brass taps from Devol, and also these Beata Human dodo egg lights I absolutely love. I feel like they're such an unusual kitchen light to have over an island, but they're also really practical from a dust perspective, because there's no dust in it. And they really bring the room together, and it also highlights this nice pop of green, which is the only other colour I use in this kitchen. As you can see, the kitchen island is painted in a very jewel tone, emerald green colour, which I actually had made up because I just couldn't seem to find the right, really verdant green. And we've got lots of house plants and leafy things going on, and a little wiggle window seat in the corner for perching on, which we seem to spend a lot of time sitting on, all of us. And then I've got my grandmother's antique desk, which I will not open because it's so untidy on the inside. But I feel like it's quite useful having a little writing homework station, seeing as everybody always spends most of their time in the kitchen. So we kind of have everything we need down here. We've got the piano, we've got toys and sofa at the end for sitting down and chatting. And just generally we spend a lot of time in this one space. We tend to do most of our entertaining well, we obviously like have our dinner parties down here. This is where we eat. I would say when we're entertaining, we like to bring friends upstairs in the sitting room first and then come down here for dinner. We have an extending dining table, so this can be made longer, which is really useful. And yes, but it often ends up the case that we end up sitting in the children's end of the room after dinner, not going and sitting in the smart fancy sitting room upstairs and just hanging out down here afterwards when we have friends over. So in the summer we have these doors open pretty much all the time. I mean, it's not looking its best right now, the garden, because we're in the middle of winter, but we love spending as much time as possible outside in the summer. We'll have friends over for lunch and kind of, you know, we'll give all that furniture a proper clean and spend lots of time out here, and it's nice for the kids to be outside. It is obviously a micro garden, but to have any garden in London feels like a luxury. The plants growing up the sides, I deliberately wanted to make the space quite low maintenance because I'm not very green fingered yet. Maybe that will come later in life, but right now I don't really seem to have the time to spend much time on the garden, so we've deliberately done these planters that can just let things grow wild and grow up, which we just have to trim back every now and then. And in the summer there's colour and we have flowers and buds planted in there, and I have these huge scallop planters in the corners of the garden where I like to put loads of different bulbs during spring. That's really nice too. For children, it is difficult keeping your house looking stylish and tidy and considered when you've got, like, you know, toys everywhere. And what I've tried to do is have, you know, like, it's not particularly tidy, but we have all our arts and crafts and toy stuff hidden away in this nice piece of furniture. I didn't want to buy a sort of IKEA toy cupboard. I want to keep the furniture like to how I would like the furniture to look, but just to make sure that it can be used in a functional way. We've also got a little toy kitchen at the end of the kitchen, which my daughter spends a lot of time playing at. Again, you don't really notice it, but it's there and it's actually quite cute. And it, you know, we have to admit that we are a family. We're not a sort of perfectly styled house with, you know, with no children. So it's just finding that balance of what looks charming and is inviting versus like overwhelming and overpowering, like stuff everywhere. So I am constantly trying to, like, you know, keep that balance. This is my slightly mixed up mishmash collection. Well, it's a segment of our collection of china and plates that we had these bamboo plates made for our wedding actually, which are really cute. And then I've brought back with me a lot of, like, some of them have chips in them, which I think is a thing. But we have a lot of blue and white china, which I collected from my time in Asia, which I love actually looking at, and it sort of doesn't really make sense, all of it, and we pull out maybe 3 of those plates and some of those, and we kind of mix it all up together sometimes, but I just love it. And I've got my old teapots on the top shelf and some of these little cute, like, soy sauce bowls that have little fish inside them, which the girls love using for, like, everything but soy sauce. And yeah, there's just a nice little mix of blue and white china scattered around the kitchen. You can see by the bread bin over here, we've got a beautiful antique porcelain hand-painted bowl. And it just, I feel like it just breaks up the, like, appliances and the functional parts of the kitchen. And it's nice to have a few more charming elements as well. These are antique Chinese wallpaper panels, which were framed by Altfield, a lovely antique supplier in Hong Kong. And I absolutely loved them. I brought them back with me. And it was one of those things where I was like, where am I going to hang them? And I wanted to hang them everywhere. But I decided this was the best place because, again, this is where we spend most of our time. I think that they're really easy on the eye and not overpowering, but they also have a real statement about, like, an impact without being too strong. And you can see on either side I've got these antique shell lights from the kind of Art Deco period. I managed to find these on eBay, which was a real win. And I think that they frame this whole wall perfectly with the panels in the middle. I feel like people always quite enjoy seeing everyone's laundry room. So if you want to come and have a look at mine, it's tiny weeny, but it does the job. We've got washer dryer hidden away inside these cupboards that I decided to wallpaper with this lovely small scale print from Sewn, who are one of my favourite suppliers. And it does the job. It's pretty cramped, but you know, it's not a huge need for much space in that room. My background is in fashion originally. I went to Central St Martin's, which is a great fashion university in London, and then went on to work for a couple of fashion labels before starting my own label, which was called Wonderland, and I had it for 6 years. And I think I have this whole design and make aesthetic from running that label, which I could very easily transfer these kind of skills to interiors. I decided to put my brand to bed in about 2017 after I had my second daughter, and I felt like the pace of fashion was just so hard to keep up with. I have a huge amount of respect for anyone who works in fashion. It's ruthless, and I feel like the interiors industry is a lot softer and more like gentle and welcoming on the whole. But my real passion has always been interiors. My mother's an interior designer. I've always decorated the houses that we've moved. We moved a lot in Asia, and I always had so much fun decorating each new home that we would call home for 2 or 3 years. And although I don't have any formal training in interior design, I've learnt software and I've learnt through experience. I was asked to decorate an amazing house in Hong Kong belonging to a friend of mine from scratch, and that was my first project. And from there it just took off. I was then doing their weekend house in the country in Sheko, and then another beautiful country house in Sheko, and then another house in Central in Hong Kong. And so my career was very nourished and supported during the final years in Hong Kong. And when I moved back to London, it was a little bit daunting because there are just so many incredible interior designers here who I'm in awe of, and I didn't know if I would be able to find my place amongst them, but fortunately I have, and it's been gradually picking up and going. Each project is a little bit bigger or a little bit more interesting, or, you know, not more interesting, but it's growing and it feels really exciting. And I now have a studio with 3 girls working for me, which feels pretty cool. At the end of the corridor here, we've got our tiny little downstairs loo, although it's not actually downstairs, I still call it a downstairs loo. It's a little jewel-toned box. I wanted to go for something small scale on the walls that almost feels like a colour rather than a print. And I've got Beata Human's Asteria's Folly fabric on the blinds, which I love. It's quite playful and a little bit childish, but you know, it gives this room a certain charm to it. And we've got some lovely antique mirrored birds on the walls around the mirror. Now I'm going to take you upstairs. One quite obvious, strong feature of this hallway, which I found really panicky to actually execute. Even as an interior designer, it's scary when you commit to a strong colour choice. But it's quite a dark hallway, and I love a two-tone wall, and I was really umming and ahhing about this idea of like a plastery pink with a sort of terracotta-y brick red. And we tried it out, and I remember looking at the sort of sections of the wall going, oh, I like that, but it's quite strong. Anyway, we just went for it and did it, and I'm so pleased because not only does it give life to this space, but it also, I did something quite radical, which was to just sweep it over all the doors in the house. So as you can see, well, when you come out, you'll be able to see it goes over the back of the front door, and then you follow it up the stairs and it goes over the bathroom on the first floor. I then felt like this was quite a strong colour choice to carry throughout the whole house, so I switched it in this corner here. As I was saying, this is the corner where I switched the colours around, and you can see suddenly this colour looks so much pinker, and it feels a lot calmer, and then we carry this colour combination up through the rest of the house. This is one of our children's bedrooms. This was actually a sitting room originally. And not only is it like one of the nicest rooms in the house and quite spacious, I felt like this would be a beautiful bedroom. So this used to belong to my elder 2 daughters, and they shared it. So we went for this quite fun giant bunk bed, which I dressed with a Corona bed canopy to kind of soften it, because this is just like a high street brand bunk bed, but it looks so much nicer with the Corona, as you can see. And now it serves my 2-year-old as her bedroom. And now the older girls have moved to the top floor, so I have to do all their rooms again, obviously. But yes, it's a perfect playroom now, so we kind of encourage the 2 little ones to come and play up here. And this is Athena's bedroom. As you can see, there's a strong pale blue and yellow colour scheme going on. I've got this really fun faux bamboo chest of drawers. Again, I just didn't want to buy really functional children's furniture. I was like, if I'm going to buy something, I want it to be a lovely piece of furniture that I want to keep using and enjoying, rather than it just being for, you know, storing toys or children's clothes. So I found this set from an antique seller, which I really love, and it seems to go really well in this colour scheme. And if you have a look at these cupboards here, we did quite a clever trick, because these used to be bookshelves, and rather than strip it out and put new joinery in, I literally just made cupboard doors and put in some hanging rails, and then these bookshelves are now clothing cupboards. And we just had a fun time buying the border and the rattan and fun door handles, and it was just such a cost-effective way of doing some storage when you've got lots of other things you're having to do in the house and you feel like spending fatigue is starting to kick in. It's a really, really nice way of working with something like that. Yeah, the curtains, I feel, give this room real height. I love the pelmet with the scallop edge and the fan edge detailing. I think it just gives it a bit of a sense of like height and grandeur. And overall, I think she's a pretty lucky girl. I came up with the colour scheme for this room initially because my girls are not very girly. So they didn't want pink, they didn't want rainbows and unicorns, and this felt like a really calm, fun, but like neutral colour scheme. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it doesn't matter, which is lucky because I've had more children. So anyone can live in this room for a bit. I also had these shelves made using the same border that I used on the cupboard, and we finished it with a little glossy yellow. And I think it's worked really well for the younger years of my children, because it's fun and it's playful. It's not too distinctively boy or girl. It feels like a playroom. And I think that was one of the things I wanted it to serve a purpose of doing. This cot is made from bamboo, no surprises there. It was quite hard to find, but again, I found cots really not that inspiring when you're trying to find a nice cot online, and actually finding interesting ones are quite difficult. This also we can take a section out here and it becomes a bed, but I just love it. I think it's such a fun design for a cot, and I wish I could make more of them. These side tables are from the Lacquer Company. My eldest daughter, Coco's godfather, is James from the Lacquer Company, so we're very lucky because he's been generous enough to gift us a lot of things in this house, and these actually belong to my daughter. I have to keep reminding everyone that. He gave us a pair of them for this room, and he colour matched the blue tray top to match the wallpaper. And then we have a pair of these beautiful bright yellow lamp bases from the Lacquer Company, which also pull out the yellow in the wallpaper, with a scrunchy shade from Alice Palmer, which again just softens it and makes it feel a bit more relaxed and playful. Previously just a terrace. This used to be a window here, and this was just an empty terrace. And by some miracle, I got planning permission to make a little room, which is perfect because it was just in time for the arrival of my son, who was born in July 2024. So we left the house this summer, put up scaffolding, had the builders in, and they built this tiny little room for him, which I think is probably now my favourite room in the whole house. I love it. I've slept in here and I've slept so well. It is just big enough to fit a bed, as you can see. And so we've got a bed sideways, which has got lovely Guy Goodfellow fabric. And then I've got these curtains that come across the bed. I wanted to originally build joinery in front of the bed, but A, this was more cost effective, and B, I think it just leaves more space in the room. So at night, when he's a little bit older, he can close the curtains and sleep really well. We've got nice jumbo check lining from Beata Human on one side, and then the whole room is decorated in Howe's paisley fabric and wallpaper, which I absolutely love. And the inspiration for this room was a tiny little bedroom that I saw in Veer Granny's house in Tangier. I had the fortune of staying there once, and he had this tiny single bedroom decorated in beautiful pale brown and white stripes, and every single thing, there's stripes, ceiling, walls, curtains, and I just found that really inspiring for this room particularly. So the whole thing, the ceiling is wallpapered, the blinds are in the same fabric as the wallpaper, and the curtains, and even the pelmet, we've got paisley fabric on this side, and then when you have a look on this side you see it's all this jumbo check, which is fun and a little bit more boyish. And these cute little wall lights, which I actually had my niece, she does threading on lights as a little side hustle, and she did these for me, and then we just made some gingham shades to put on them. So he's got really cozy lighting in here. Quite a smart reading light from Rose Uniac. I had to get that one past my husband. He was like, does he really need a Rose Uniac reading light? But I think it's really, it just finishes it off, and it's in the right colour, that kind of coppery brown colour, which goes really well with the wallpaper. So yeah, so this is his room. He may not be in here when he's 6'4", but for now it's fine. So normally we have this slightly ugly cot bed that sits on top of the mattress, which I've removed for today's shoot. But that's what he's in right now, and then eventually we'll just have a side on the bed and he'll sleep in here. The only thing I really changed structurally to the house was to fill in a doorway, which is actually just behind me. I wanted to close off this sitting room, and rather than like open everything up, which I think we've had a tendency to do over the years, I'm more into like closing things down and giving each room its own identity and space, and not having everything in one big space. So I closed off a doorway, and I replaced some key elements in some of the bathrooms, but ultimately I did not rip out the kitchen and start again. A, it was a really good kitchen, B, it felt very wasteful. And so what I've tried to do is really just use paint and colour and joinery and fabrics and curtains, and create like a trick of the eye with some certain things, and have fun in that arena of decoration rather than a lot of like gut renovate structural stuff. This is our bedroom where my husband and I sleep. As you can see, there's a little Chinese day bed which I brought back from Hong Kong with me, which serves brilliantly as an extra bed for children that aren't sleeping very well, and also is a really great place just to put things down. But this was also the inspiration for the rugs that I have downstairs. The border is taken from the fretwork on this bed, which I particularly love. As you can see, we've got a bed canopy over our bed. Both the floral fabric and the green and white stripe are designed by one of my good friends. She's called Cindy, and she has an amazing fabric and paper company that she's recently launched. And this was one of her launching fabrics that she started with, and I was her very first customer. And we had a little look at this room together, and it's brilliant because the pink in the flower print is almost exactly the same as the pink on the wall, so it just feels really connected to the room. You can see the bedside tables we've got in here. They're lovely pieces of furniture from a shop called Trove on Goldbourne Road, which is a beautiful, beautiful shop. I love those. And then this rattan chest of drawers, I actually drove over to Paris to pick up, which sounds a little bit extravagant, but I had just seen it and couldn't think of anything else I wanted to put here. So I made the mission, and I'm so pleased with it. It's really unique, and I think it just balances painted furniture with a bit of something more natural in the room, and it also ties in our cane panels that we've put in our existing cupboards in our room. So we didn't rip out anything in here. We just worked with what we had, and what we did was to cut out these panels of the existing shaker cupboard doors, and then place cane rattan with beading in front of it, and then repaint the whole thing and add new handles, and it worked so well. It feels like a total transformation from what it was originally. So these, the artwork either side of our bed, these lovely hand-painted mirrors, were a wedding present from my mother-in-law. I absolutely love them. It's the Chinese man and Chinese lady on my side, and they're just so unique and special. I absolutely love them. It's really difficult to find painted mirror, I find, and these are particularly lovely, and they just reflect a bit of light in the room as well. The bamboo lacquered lamp bases are from Salvus and Graham. They have a lovely collection of lacquered bamboo products like mirrors and trays, and these lamp bases I think are gorgeous. I decided to keep the shade plain because there's quite a lot going on in here, And sometimes you can get a bit carried away with lampshades and everything is either pleated or painted or coloured, and I felt like we needed something grounding alongside the fun marbled, pleated, crazy ones going on inside the reading lights. It's quite fun. You can see I've threaded the reading lights through the bed curtain, so they actually pop through this little slit that we made to make that possible, so that we can have the sides of this half tester kind of coming in. It makes it feel super cozy at night. The fabrics, the floral and the stripe, are from a brand called Cinny, Cinny, and she's a friend of mine, and she makes lovely kind of old-fashioned English prints, all printed on beautiful linen. So this paint colour is exactly the same colour that I have in the kitchen. I warned you that I've got a thing for pink, so you're now getting it. So this is Pink Ground, again, by Farrow & Ball, and I feel like it's just such a livable colour. I don't feel like it's super girly. My husband feels very comfortable in this room. And yes, I think it's just warm and it works really well. The pièce de résistance, which actually this was the room when I was looking around this house for the first time. When I got to the bathroom, I was like, that's it, we're done. This is it, I'm home. So this is, again, one of my other favourite rooms of the house, but I love the view going through the bathroom, the freestanding bath in front of the window, and then we have a lovely view of our neighbour's house with these lovely arched windows at the backside. And because I didn't have to replace any of the sanitary ware in here apart from some taps, I decided to splurge slightly, and I went for some Decorative wallpaper to sit either side of the shutters, which I absolutely love. It gets reflected in our mirrored side of the bathroom, so I feel like we got double the bang for our buck. We see a lot of it in the reflection, which is great, and it just feels kind of tropical and inviting, and it's a lovely, lovely place to sit at the end of a day and have a nice soak in the bath. I've got these cute little trays from the lacquer company. We were given them by James, and as you can see, there's like a nice array of colours, mostly my products, obviously. But they help keep things a bit tidier in here. This bathroom I also, we also worked on this summer when we were building the new children's bedroom for my son Sasha. This was previously a windowless, slightly depressing, loads of spotlights bathroom that I didn't give any love or attention to when I first moved in. And it's quite nice saving 1 or 2 spaces in the house for like a few years after you've lived somewhere, because you do get spending and decision fatigue, I think. So it was exciting to kind of give this my energy and creativity this summer. And what we did was we put in the skylight to begin with, just to let in some natural light, which has made such a big difference. And then we completely gutted it and put in a really nice marble surround around the bath tub. And then what I did was use this bamboo beading to create nice wood paneling halfway up the wall. And then above the wall, you can see my wallpaper that I designed recently, which is like a bamboo trellis with clematis flowers growing up it. And it felt like the perfect place to use this wallpaper for the first time. Again, the colours are not super girly. This bathroom is for my elder 2 daughters, mainly to stop them using my bathroom so much. And now I'm slightly regretting how nice it is. I think I might start using this bathroom. But yes, it's not too girly. There's this sort of nice neutral with a little bit of colour. You get the yellow from the nice vanity skirt and little pops of green from the tie backs. I quite like the shower curtains. We had them custom made as a pair, and it feels a little bit theatrical. And then I've got some fabric lampshades from Alice Palmer, obviously, just to kind of finish it off. This little room up here now houses my 8-year-old Gracie, who is a bit of a girly girl, which is fun. So I got to design something quite old-fashioned and cute. You can see the vintage dressing table, which we made a new fabric skirt for, which I love. It feels very like old world glamour Hollywood. And then this is my granny's old chair, which I had painted and recovered in some stripes that also matched the wall lights on the room. You can see there's little stripy shades on the wall lights. And yeah, it's a tiny little room, but it seems she loves the feeling of coziness in her bed. And I've made the bed this exact same shape as the bed in our little son's room, so that if we ever move one day, these can actually go as a pair. I thought that would be practical. So they've got exactly the same fabric in 2 different colours on the same shape, single beds, because you never know, you might have to move. The wallpaper is from this cute little British company. She's called Honor Addington, and she does the most beautiful, mostly floral or botanical hand-painted designs that I just love. It feels really nice having it everywhere. Again, on the ceiling. We've even put it on the radiator to hide that ugly radiator, which is a nice trick. And it also covers the aircon surround. So we have to put aircon in the top 2 bedrooms. That was another thing I did this summer because it gets so hot in London now. So that was quite a big job that we decided to do, bit the bullet. But anyway, just hiding all these bits of appliances and radiators is wallpaper is such a good way of doing that. Bookshelves were here before, and again, just wallpapered over them. My daughter has styled them up with all her little knickknacks, and then she's got a clip-on reading light because it's actually quite hard to get light into this corner. So we've just used a kind of cute little high street reading light here from Urban Outfitters so that she can read her books at night. This was originally a bedroom when we moved in. It was completely neutral, it was painted white. So yeah, it was just about adding a bit of character and identity to it. I think what makes a house a home, it's a hard question to answer, but I would honestly say that a house wants to feel creative, but it also wants to feel comfortable. And to make a house beautiful and so considered and smart and everything's perfect, it's not an actual home, it's like a show home. So I feel like as much as our house probably isn't as tidy as you'll see it is today, but it's more that it's just not too precious, that you know, you can have dogs up on the sofa, and you can, you know, it doesn't matter if you spill something on that beautiful rug in the dining room or whatever. You just can't be too precious about the things that you're going to live with, because it's like wearing clothing. It's there every day. You can't worry about the things that you love too much in your home, and just enjoy them, and you know, hopefully they don't get too trashed.
Hello Homeworthy, I'm Adam.
And I'm Amy, and welcome to our house in London.
You're watching Homeworthy, where we believe every home has a story.
I'm Adam of Adam Ellis Studio.
And I'm Amy of Adam Ellis Studio.
And we are here in our home in West London. We were looking for a new house probably 10 to 15 years ago, and when we first saw this house, we immediately knew that it was the house for us. It is a Georgian house. It's got beautiful proportions. It's got lots of lateral width, which is something that's unusual in London, and just immediately saw the opportunity with the house.
We're looking for this house when we had our 3rd child, and we've outgrown our last home that was very tall and narrow. So it was wonderful finding somewhere double fronted with huge width and a great garden. The garden feels like you're in the countryside. So it's a real escape from the city. And we love the house. It's got a really lovely circular feel to it. And when we look around later, you'll see the different elements that we love the most.
The house was originally built, I think about 1860, something like that. And at the time, these houses, of which there are a few on our road, were built for doctors and for lawyers. And I think over time, the houses, a lot of them have been reduced down into apartments and split up into flats. This was one of the handful of houses that was still complete, but it was quite segmented. So we did our best to really open it up. But in truth, whilst it was a fairly significant amount of work, the original space we were working with was so great, and we held on to as many of the original features as we could. All the old cornicing, skirtings, all the fantastic door architraves, which are all really substantial. It just needed a lot of tidying up. We took out a few walls, opened up a few of the spaces, but generally the house is quite similar really to the house that we bought, just with a lot more mod cons. So we're in the hallway of our house. We have fabulously high ceilings in the hallway here with beautiful original cornice, none of which we touched. Little bits needed some repair, but essentially it's all original. The floor is a larchwood floor, which we put down and actually runs through all of the downstairs. It's very light. This hallway can get a bit dark sometimes, just with the way the sun falls on it. So we wanted to lighten it. And I think this big mirror really helps. And this mirror we designed and made probably 10 years ago now. And it's inset with walnut, but made for the space. And one of the great things about the mirror is it bounces all the art around, so you can see fabulous reflections of all the various arrangements, both up the stairs and down the hall, and actually through into the living room here as well.
The bench is from Another Country, which is a beautiful furniture maker in London, and we wanted to just fill the walls with artwork, mainly from the studio. Adam has a great process of how you lay out and do it. It looks like they've just been sort of thrown up, but it's actually quite a complicated process.
Yes, I mean, how you hang pictures is a bit of it's more of an art, I think, than a science, but it's a real mix of things, lots of antiquarian prints, bits and pieces of Acton, which are actually astonishingly hard to find, but we've got some really old copper plate engravings, views of Acton, all in their original frames and with original glass. And the lovely thing about the original glass is it does bounce. You can see here, it does bounce the light around rather differently. I don't know if you move the camera, can you get a sense of the light falling over the surface? And actually, once you see a piece of antique glass like that, it makes contemporary float glass look really quite flat. So I love using antique glass. This is a piece of antique glass in here as well. My studio is full of offcuts of antique glass.
Light was a gift that I got from you when we arrived in the house. I was allowed to choose an antique of my choice, and that's from my favourite antique shop on the Lily Road called Quindry Antiques, which have beautiful, beautiful pieces. So that's been here since the day we moved in and really lights up the space, and we love it. It's quite playful. So
unusually for us, actually, since we hung the hallway here, it's remained pretty fixed. We don't tend to move the pieces around too much. Occasionally, but not very often. This is fairly static, and I think does create a very lovely warm feel when you walk in. And I think for people who haven't been to the house before, it definitely sets the tone, I think, for the rest of the house. It's not all quite so busy, but yeah. It's
quite interesting because I still find things that I hadn't noticed before. Either that or I've just got a terrible memory, but I do sometimes walk past something and think, gosh, I didn't remember that was there. And there's just a huge different collection full of colour, which is what we love the most.
But I think hanging pictures up the staircase is a great thing, because there's almost like a sort of narrative. You can tell a bit of a story as you travel up and down. I always think that's a nice thing, walking past them up the stairs and down. And that's certainly what we try to do here. Difficult to hang a staircase well, I think. So this is a nice piece. This is the original plan for the stadium for the Olympic Games, I think in 1912, I think. But it's now the site of the BBC. So on here was built the BBC building, which has now been turned into glorious apartments and flats. But we love this print. We actually redrew it from the original drawings.
Okay, and so we come through the hall and into the kitchen. This is a big open plan family kitchen living area, and this we call the garden room. So kitchen and dining in here. And when we bought the house, this was divided up. So there was walls here, and there was sort of a corridor to the garden, so it was much darker. And there were big walls here too, with archways into this area, and the kitchen was actually here. So we've changed this quite a lot and opened it up to create lots of light and space, and it works brilliantly for a family and for having guests.
So I think one of the lovely things about this bigger space, which was separated before, the two bay windows, so there's some lovely symmetry to the space here. And each of these bays makes a very nice space of its own. And we put the big skylight in here to bring lots of light. That's a big single piece of glass. Big tiles on the floor. We love. We didn't want to do a polished concrete floor, but this is almost like the next best thing. So I think these tiles are 1.5 meters square, so they're really big tiles, and I think they've been really successful and really add to the sense of space down here. Well, why don't I start with the mirror? Because the mirror is a piece that we made specifically for the space, this section mirror with these timber inlays in this sort of acid green, and it bounces the garden, all the reflection of the garden, and works very well as our sort of bar and back bar. So whenever we have people around, this is always where we're making drinks and hanging out, and I think that has almost a nice sort of bar-y feel to it. So I think that's been quite successful. This sectioned mirror.
We love this. This is the wave cabinet from Julian Chichester, which has just a lovely sort of feel to it, and we like the wave along the front, and it's worked really well as a drinks cabinet. And
we collaborate with Julian Chichester in his showroom. We often provide them with prints and artwork that when they change their collections we sort of update, and actually it's a really nice collaboration. And this is one of Julian's pieces here. And then we have a studio wallpaper across the wall, back wall here, which was designed really to try and tie in quite closely with the wall colour. It's always a real challenge trying to match wall colours and wallpaper. If you're trying to get in a perfect match, it's almost impossible. So that was never really the case. Also, it changes over the course of the day depending on how the light catches it. But that is, just a soft backdrop really for the end of the room. And then our botanical prints again from the studio that sit in front. Yeah, we love to layer artwork over our wallpapers. That layered look again is something that we love, and that's a good example of it, I think. We opened up this whole space here and found these amazing doors at Lasco, which is a big architectural salvage place in London. And they have incredible stuff. The doors were a complete mess, so our Chippy had quite a job sorting them out. But they're great. They've got those big Espanola bolts on them on the other side, which means we can either have them completely shut or completely concertinaed open. So I think these have been quite successful. We haven't done too much to them. We wanted to keep their original state as much as we could. Then we have the bay window here with a fixed seating. And actually this is a lovely place to sit, to read a book, to have a drink, just to generally take it easy. The sun comes, we get the morning sun through the window here. So actually the morning time is a lovely time to sit here as well as the evening. We have these phases of the moon pieces that sit across again at high level.
In terms of the sofa here, I think we've had 3 sofas here over time. Yeah. One was far too oversized, one was too small, so as we're always changing things, but this has been here a while now, and we both love green, especially in this house. There's just something about this house which lends itself to green. I think it's because we can see so much in the garden and then bringing the garden inside. So there's a lot of green. And the sofa was from Arlo and Jacob. The coffee table here I love, and I fell in love with this and found it again at Lily Road Antiques. I just love the original shape. I really love form and shape and kind of zigzags and angles and all things like that, and waves, so that isn't going anywhere.
It's interesting though how that one little shape of the legs, that almost sort of defines that whole corner. I always think that just that little detail adds so much.
These chairs, my older brother found at Kempton Antiques Market. We were together and buying them for his flat, and then he moved abroad and didn't need them. And they were in a terrible state, so we had them sanded and waxed and polished up. And then this is a lovely Famoy fabric, which we put on there, and I just love that coral colour. This is a Matilda Gold light in the corner, again with a bit of rattan. And then these glossy lights, the green one and the shade here, and the pink glossy base are from Rosie de Roig, who has the studio next to us, who's a fantastic lampshade maker. And she has beautiful pieces, and we've got lots of those around the house. The wall lights on the back are floss and were recommended by our great friend and interior designer Susie Hoodless, and they've been there forever. I keep thinking I need to change them up for something a bit more delicate, but actually it never works, and so they're just staying, and actually they look quite bold, and
Well, they're lovely with the aloe vera, which is this plant here, this Mediterranean aloe vera. It's sort of, yeah, they work, but it's all about this lovely shape, I think. This is the kitchen and our dining area. We're very informal. We don't tend to have formal dinner parties or that sort of thing. And that's the same when we have friends around, guests around. We might be using the pizza oven outside or the barbecue, or it tends to be a little haphazard. So we're not especially into sort of tablescaping or anything like that, as much as I admire a beautifully laid table. And actually, to be fair, Amy does lay a beautiful table.
Yeah,
but
we like collecting things again and mixing them up. Lots of things on this table. I mean, these plates are from Divertimenti. My dad always used to take me to Divertimenti because he loved buying things from there. I've had these forever. They're so chipped, but I just love the lime green and the yellow. We've got this lovely set of glasses that our friend Nina Campbell gifted to us. These are really lovely, and we love the pop of colour. So generally, I just like to mix up colour, lots of flowers, candles, glassware, and we just have a big collection and we throw things together, and this feels kind of very spring-like for this time of year. I don't really tend to use lots of tablecloths or fancy stuff on the table. As Adam says, it's very casual and informal. And we use this area for sitting. Generally, when we have people round, everyone tends to hug the island and crowd around here.
they crowd around the Arga. That seems to be the thing about an Arga, is everybody gathers around an Arga. And the dog particularly. Yeah.
And I grew up with an Arga, so I love cooking with an Arga. Again, that is very informal because you just throw the food in and out, and I like cooking on the top. And the island is obviously great. The kids have always sat up here. We have had some really basic old stools for about 15 years or something that the kids have sat on and trashed, but now very recently upgraded to these very nice stools that I got from a guy in Chiswick who makes stools. And we always have big bowls of fruit, and I love eucalyptus. So we always have eucalyptus in the kitchen when I can get it. Again, coming back to more green, I think this is Colk Green by Farrow and Ball. And it adds a nice pop of colour in the kitchen and ties into the garden. And
the kitchen itself is devolved.
Yes.
And it's quite an old, I mean, it's what, I suppose, yeah, I say old, I mean, we've had this 12 years, so it's definitely, it's taken a bit of a battering, I think, but it's held up really well, and we love it. But we have repainted a few times both the island and the fridge and the cupboard units, and they need it.
Yeah, the island, I keep changing the colour. It's almost, I was trying to look for a sort of tobacco colour most recently, and we're sort of almost getting there. But it's, yeah, again, we like to play with the colours in here. And up here, I can't remember, where did you get this light? But I love the fact that this sort of...
I think that might be the old cinema.
Yeah, the old cinema in Chiswick. A lovely piece there.
There's no immediate window in the kitchen. You've got the big bay windows there, but actually the kitchen itself, there's no obvious natural light. So actually these are quite important. The wicker pendants over the island.
These are from Neptune, and we've changed them round. We did have 3 glass globes before, but again, I've just got this thing about wicker and rattan at the moment, so there's more of that. And yes, we tend to all congregate round here as a family. Breakfast is all up here, and dinner we sit over there together.
Yeah. But this could be where the kids are doing their homework or playing cards or doing whatever really. But the family life is very definitely centred around this space, I think.
This area, I'm moving this around. Cookbooks kind of move about, but we both love cooking. So this area has got all of our cookbooks and also pieces made by our children. They did a pottery course in lockdown and made these lovely little bird houses. And although we don't really ever eat cheese, I fell in love with this big cheese plate just because of the shape again. And I think I found that at Kempton again.
Here we are in the garden, which again we use all the time, all through the year. We love a fire, we love barbecuing. We don't tend to use the pizza oven that often, only on very rare occasions. And I'm very into the garden. I love gardening. And we're lucky to have in London such a big garden. So we really try and make the most of it.
If we have people round, we tend to have these doors open in spring, summer, and Adam will tend to barbecue here, and most people sort of congregate out here and have a drink. We might eat outside here at the table if it's hot, and we like to light the fire pit later on, and people sort of hang out outside. So it's a lovely space, and as you can hear, birds singing all the time, and it's a really lovely escape. Doesn't feel like you're in London when you're out here. But people sort of tend to come and go from the inside to the outside when we're hosting.
So our design aesthetic, I would say, has really evolved over the last 10, 15 years. And I think the house reflects that. It is an ongoing project for us. You know, we're always working on some piece of the house at any one time, however small. And it tends to work in conjunction with the studio because we're always developing new work in the studio. And actually the house can be a great place to trial a new wallpaper, a new set of prints, new colourways. We're sort of best friends with our painter decorators who are often to be seen here with paintbrush in hand repainting a room, or it's a great tool for us in that respect. So I think the house has evolved really from its sort of design aesthetic point of view, and it has ended up now as a very layered space, which we both love. Layered with fabrics, with furniture, with artwork, with wallpapers. We use colour a lot, so it's a very layered space. My instinct is always probably to go a little bit further maybe than Amy. Ames has a very, very good eye. I think maybe my instinct is sometimes push that little bit further, which might work well in a commercial space, but perhaps sometimes in a residential space can be a little bit more challenging. So I think we're quite a good team from that point of view.
Yeah, I don't think at the beginning we had a vision for the house. As Adam said, we did the work very quickly. I think it took about 5 months. And our builder worked really fast, and so we had to make decisions very quickly, and we we had 3 young children, and so we just sort of got it done initially, and then it's changing all the time. Furniture coming in and out, paint colours change all the time. We love colour, we love pattern, we like collecting things wherever we go. Mainly we just want it to feel really homely and welcoming and comfortable and practical. That's probably the way that we look at it.
Okay, so from the kitchen we go to our utility room, and would really like to show you the downstairs loo, which we think is really sweet. This actually is a studio wallpaper, tribal leaf. It's very soft. It's like a grass cloth. Anyway, it makes for a lovely, lovely little space in there. Very green again, as we love. ties into the garden, and it's, yes, hopefully it's a nice little surprise for people.
Yeah, we love to do at the studio really lovely bright bathrooms and downstairs powder rooms with great colours and patterns, because it's great that you can just walk in and out of the space. You don't have to be in there for too long, but it's a real pop of colour and a punch.
Yeah.
And we like to hang pictures over the wallpapers. This is a mosquito print from the studio.
Woodcut.
It's a woodcut. And these lights are from Corsten. And I got just some ticking fabric from the cloth shop just to make a little curtain under here, which softens it a bit, which is really lovely.
Well, I think that's the thing with these really small little spaces. You know, nothing is off limits. And that's something we really love to play with. My studio work, you know, we often work on our residential work, our private work will often involve a little jewel box of a bathroom or little powder room, washroom. I think people more and more love to do that, just be really playful. It's almost the bolder, the better, the more interesting, the more unusual, the better. So we're now going to head into what we rather grandly call the piano room. I think it's the colour in here on the wall particularly is what really makes this room. It's Bancher, I think, isn't it? Does that?
Bancher, Farrenball.
Farrenball, yeah, it's terrific. And it's great to hang pictures against the darker colour. That really shows off the pictures really well, I think. A lot of my studio is painted quite dark, actually. The walls are quite dark, and it is a great foil for the pictures. The piano, which is a glorious thing. The glossy ebony black, which I think we bought probably 10 years ago now. Yes, it's a sort of constant background noise, the piano in the house. I don't play myself, but Amy plays and the kids all play. So that is, yeah, very much the sort of focal point of the room and something we've become very, very attached to. We sort of watch the kids grow up with it. So this room is a bit more than a transition room because it's not necessarily somewhere that we come and sit. We tend to move through, but because of the piano, it does become somewhere actually it sort of has its own identity, I guess. These we bought in Morocco very recently, actually, in Marrakesh.
Yeah, love the contrast of the pink and orange, and they've got some of the olivey green in. And this desk we bought at Max Inc., I think, which is a furniture shop near our old house. And I sometimes sit here, and it's just a nice space to sit and work or write. Some board games here, and I'm also studying at the moment to be an art therapist for children, so I sometimes sit here and do my work here. The rug is Ben Oraini old Moroccan rug, which we are very fond of, and it's very well worn now. Again, we've got another Rosy de Roig lamp over here, and this leather chair. What's the story behind that? That was in your family, I think.
My family doctor's old chair, and he died just a few years ago now, and we were left his chair, which was very lovely of him, and it has become, yeah, a bit of a...
Yeah, it's lovely.
Well, it's always a talking point, yes, our doctor's chair.
Beautiful cushion that my mum made for us this Christmas with these lovely baubles on. It's really beautiful. She's a very artistic lady too. There's a lot of artists in our family. These pictures, top and bottom here, and a few through into the living room, were painted by my grandfather, who also was an artist, and Adam's grandmother was also an artist. So we have lots of artists in the family, and there's a few pictures. Adam painted this of his father, and then behind the door here, there's a beautiful painting of, hidden behind the lamp, but of Adam's mother, which was painted by Adam's grandmother.
Well, yes, so the zebra and here, which is actually a pointilliste piece, again from the studio, which the colours all work really well with the wall colour and the strong black and white. And then over the piano we have this spider monkey who He's intended to be like a piece of trompe-l'oeil. He's supposed to appear to be almost three-dimensional. I don't know how well the camera picks up all the metallics in the image, but it's rich golds and bronzes, and it's a very rich piece with the spider monkey sitting in the middle. I've always been very fond of this. He's almost a bit sort of challenging in the room, but I like him very much.
I think it's interesting too with pieces like this, when you do big, bold pieces of artwork. I think in the studio when I saw it, I sort of couldn't decide whether I wanted the monkey in our home and in the room, but actually it sort of just blends in, and it's really worth being a bit more bold and daring with your artwork, because I don't notice it so much now, and I think people are quite scared of putting big, colourful things on the wall. And sometimes we go to people's houses and there's barely anything on the walls, because I think it's quite hard to know what to put where. But I think if you've got big spaces which you can fill and just play with the different sizes, then it works really well.
And I think that's why people come to the studios, because occasionally people will have a very clear idea about exactly what they want, and we will help them to deliver that one way or another, whether it's artwork, whether it's wallpaper, whether it's a combination of both of those things. Maybe it's a very difficult space for whatever reason, and they can't quite work out how to deal with it. So I think that's where we can help. But also these very site-specific pieces that are very much made for specific spaces, like this is. And I think that's where my studio can really help. That's our private work, our residential work. One other thing to mention about this, I think, is the rail and chains, the way it's hung. Which is very decorative, the bronze rail and the chandelier chain. I think that's a really lovely way to hang pictures, and is a great complement again to the Bancher wall colour, the dark bronzy rail, and then all the rich golds and bronzes in the picture. I think it all hangs together very well, I think. And this frame here we have made especially, it's our studio tramline frame, which is an oak, it's a milled oak, that we paint and finish in any number of different ways. We'll pick out the tram lines, we'll pick out the trough in different stains, different paint finishes. So it's very versatile. But that's very much a sort of signature studio frame moulding. The black and the white of the frame pick up very nicely with the piano. It's a simple detail, but it really does help the whole thing work together, I think.
This down here is a chessboard that one of our sons made for Adam for his birthday. So the kids are very creative too, and they love making and building things, and especially in lockdown the house was just a flurry of activity and creativity and making, which is really lovely. And we used to have a sort of big table in the playroom when they were younger, and that's now sort of become a bit more of a teen snug, but they now come down to the studio and they sometimes paint or make things or even help with framing, and it's lovely with the studio being very local for them to get involved and see where we work, and to sort of be part of it too. Somehow sort of evolved into a room of things that we've collected when we've been away, and also animals for some reason. I think the artwork with the monkey and the zebra, and then the giraffe up here. My father used to give me little prints when I was younger, and this is one of my favourite ones of a bear, and we've got some little bugs. So it's really nice if you can find little frames as well, which I sometimes find at antique markets, and you can just frame up little pieces and dot them about just in different positions and wherever you like, but that looks really nice combined with bigger pieces too. And then we've got a couple of little clay masks that my sons made again when they were doing this pottery in lockdown, which are really lovely with these ribbons. And this is a Matilda Goad lamp. This stores all of our photo albums. So coming in from the piano room into our main living room, and we've linked it with this pinky orange archway, which I was inspired by our friend again, Susie Hoodless, who did a big arch in yellow in her house and just looked fantastic. So it's just a really nice way of dividing but kind of joining the rooms and making this entrance a bit more fun. And this is our family living room. so we are in here most evenings. We watch telly in here and just hang out together in here. And I love the combination of colours. Again, it's sort of grown over time, but pinks and blues and yellows, which are lots of my favourite colours. These two chairs are Halabala armchairs. And do you remember where we got those?
Well, I think Anna Haynes found them for
Yes.
us, another friend of ours who is a fabulous interior designer, and she sourced these for us as well as had them recovered and restored.
So she lives locally and has a studio next to us too. And she is a fabulous interior designer and helped me when we first moved in, sourcing a few pieces and helping with some of the fabrics, covering different things that we already had, which was a huge help.
So this is another mirror that my studio made a little while ago now. We tried to slightly move away from making mirrors only because it's quite a hard business, mirrors, we have found, because one little piece of damage and of course all your profit margin is gone. But these are almost prototypes really that we made a little while ago. Well, this is one of them, inlaid with little skinny walnut strips, but it's quite decorative, I think, and works well. In the wintertime, when the weather's cold, we'll light the wood burner, and it's very cosy.
So we've collected things over time in this room. The rug is from Sinclair Till, and they do beautiful rug designs and lovely colours. Lots of the things on the bookshelves we've collected from different places we've visited. And every time we go to an art exhibition, we'll always buy the book. And Adam has a big collection of art books as well from his art school days. This we found in Morocco when we were recently in the Atlas Mountains. There's pieces that I found at different markets. I love going to Kempton on a Tuesday morning, and it's just the thrill of finding something really special there is always really exciting. And these crabs we love and found on a recent trip to Cornwall, not so recent. These wicker chairs I really love. You can get the big peacock ones, and this is a nicer, smaller, daintier one, which I got at Kempton Market again. I've got a lot of cushions here from my friend and designer Susan Delis. So this lovely yellow one and lots of these in the window are from Susan. These lovely ones at the back. She does a lot of icats as well, and she has a treasure trove in Notting Hill, which I love to visit and find lovely pieces there. And she also has some lovely fabrics. So these are all Susan's fabrics, this stripe here, and these lovely ones, these icats, which are kind of reversible, and we sort of tend to swap these round a lot, but they're lovely pieces too.
I think as far as pictures go, it is a bit of a mix of things. This is a woodcut triptych, Mesquita again. He was an Austrian artist, and I think that was made around 1910, something like that. And it's a lovely thing. I think this again is Amy's grandfather. This was a portrait he painted. That's Lord Beaverbrook, after an artist called Graham Sutherland, but that's Amy's grandfather. This is Michael Craig Martin, a much more contemporary piece, which we bought a little while ago. I think one other thing that might be worth mentioning in here is, which people often comment on, is why is the TV so low? And this was absolutely sort of my thing. I just think a TV low like this is not only much, much more relaxing to watch, but you can be far more discreet with it. You can almost sort of lose it at low level. I think to have a TV higher up, it becomes such a feature in the room. And we love watching TV, but we don't necessarily want the TV to be front and centre of the room. And actually, that's a really big TV, but it is actually surprisingly discreet in the room. And that's because of the low level of it. We're able to tuck it away. And there's one other thing particularly that I love in here, and that is the larchwood floor, which I mentioned earlier, but it runs through the whole of the downstairs. And it's so soft, and the lightness of it, I really love it. The grain is beautiful. It has almost like a silvery quality to it. You wash it with a soap that just keeps the, almost like the slightly bleached quality of it.
I got this lovely lamp base in Lily Road. This is a Matilda Gold lamp shade, and I quite like these boxes. I seem to find these at Kempton as well, old hat boxes, and I love a stripe. Little pieces here which I need to put up, but these are lovely pieces that the children have made again. So we do love all these little artistic elements. This is a little piece that I did when I used to do art at school, and just lots of lovely books and patterns and colour, an old sewing machine up there. Just lots of shapes that kind of work together, colours that talk to each other, and just like to be a bit playful with the colour and all the different objects.
Well, I think a good example of that is if you look at the rug, you have these pinks and these blues and greys almost, and then if you look at this large triptych piece on the wall, it's all the same colours. It's all blues and greys, and really just that ties, well, and the mosquito here, ties the whole room together. And actually, once you've got that, you can then afford, I think, to bring in all sorts of other colours around it, because you've already got this sort of backbone to the room, which is the rug, and then this big strong piece on the wall here. And because they're so united, it holds the room together, and I think then frees you up to be more playful and to bring in other colours and patterns. This round table here it's definitely a nice memory. We were on Columbia Road, the flower market, one Sunday morning, probably 10 years ago. And we were, at that point, probably sort of peak furniture buying for the house, having relatively recently moved in. And we came across this table and we both thought, well, it's absolutely perfect. And then we had to somehow get it home on the tube, this big piece of glass and the big base. And so between us, we somehow manhandled it home. But yeah, it has a lovely memory.
These lamps are ochre, I think, and the lamp shades were made by Susan Delise again with a lovely little yellow ikat trim. This little French solitaire table game was from the old cinema in Chiswick. There's bits of fabric lying around everywhere which I need to make into cushions and all sorts of things. This I think we got in Morocco again, but I haven't got around to making everything yet, but
Amy has
again,
bags.
it's always a work
She
in
has
process.
bags and bags and bags of offcuts and little sample pieces like this. Yeah, forever in need of a home. Well, as the kids have got older, there can at times be a little bit of competition for space, for who wants to watch, yeah, who wants to watch what. It's not a formal space, but it is perhaps a little bit more formal than
A bit more grown up
than perhaps we'd like it for the kids. So we do have a second living room, which we'll show you now.
So coming in from the kitchen, we've got this half door, which was originally for when the children were much younger and playing in here as a playroom. And so I could lock this across, and so they couldn't escape, and I'd be in the kitchen, I could see them. So we need to sort of make that into one door, but it's a good memory. And then this is now our sort of teenage kids' room with the drum kit, TV, and a big comfortable sofa. Cushions. This is Christopher Farr fabric, which I really like. They sort of check the strong pattern on there. And the walls are painted in beetle nut by Paper and Paint Library, which is this really lovely, rich, strong orange.
So on the wall in here, we have a pair from the studio, these two very large format skiing prints, which we've actually borrowed from some vintage photographs of skiers and totally redrawn, reworked in these sort of silhouettes and just picked out the key areas. I think they're quite successful. The kids all love skiing, and this is, I think, just I think they just work well in the space, the scale of them and the height of them. And against the dark beetle nut, I think they really pop.
So this rug has been the most durable and practical rug. We've had it in here throughout the time they've been kids, when it's been an art room, and it's made of recycled bottles. Our friend Barney has a great rug company called the Unnatural Flooring Company, and they have a whole variety of sort of sisal type rugs made of recycled bottles, and it's great. It's washable, you can just wash off paint and any stains, it's great. So it's really practical for this room. This is a basket that my son picked out the other day at Chiswick Market, just up the road. This is a lovely little piece that I've just borrowed from our friend and interior designer Anna Haynes, which is her new little side table. And yes, in here things are sort of gradually coming together because it's quite a new space, looking for something to put here, maybe a nice curvy mirror of some kind, and then this giant clock we've had forever since it's been a playroom, and that's always just stayed there. And then we have this lovely seaweed piece from the studio underneath it, which I really love, the graphic and the colour and the shapes, and you can see that as you come through from the kitchen.
So my career began really, I went to art school and I had, after art school, probably the best part of 10 years painting, always slightly panicking over who was buying my next picture and where I was showing next on my own in a studio. But all that time I was working with various people, various interiors people, helping them to source art, creating art sometimes for particular spaces. And over time really that grew into much more of a business really. And it was a breath of fresh air in truth, because I found myself working with teams of people, I had budgets, it quickly became a business. And it happened, I guess, more by evolution really than by having a grand plan. And I mean, really that to some extent is the same now. We're very project-led. We don't always know where our next project is coming from. Thankfully, they seem to keep coming, but it has been very organic. It's evolved.
And I began my career as a French and Spanish teacher. And I did that until I had our third child, and then I took some time out to be a mum, which was really important to me, to be here with the children. When my children began to get a bit older, I began to work in the studio with Adam. We sort of have different roles. I mainly focus on the residential side and work with clients, curating walls for their homes and choosing artwork and bespoke wallpapers. So now let's take you upstairs.
We really like being playful with our wallpapers, and the positioning of the fish in the bathroom just at the top of the stairs here, where his eye is looking straight down the stairs at you, that's not an accident. That was very deliberate, and the way the light catches the metallic all around his face, so that it's like this sort of really playful little adventure as you come up the stairs and you're being watched by the big fish with the big eye. These are reworked Art Deco pieces, 1930s, Eugene Segai. They were originally made as fabric patterns. And in the studio we have just recoloured, reformatted and created these upscale prints from them. So they're like a homage, I guess, to Eugene Segai. He also painted a lot of bugs and creatures and that sort of thing, but he's a bit of a hero really for our studio. And they work very well as a set. We have lots of things by Segai. This wallpaper is called Glass Eye Fish and is one of our signature studio wallpapers. And actually this was pretty much the first place that we installed the wallpaper when we were still trialling it and working on colourways and composition and trying to get all the metallic qualities right. So it was great to have a bathroom to be able to play around with. And since then it's been really successful for my studio. And we love it. It's all rich golds, pinks, greens, has a lot of depth, and really does create this otherworldly sort of a space. These quite intimate small spaces like a bathroom, it's really successful. And it's this big sense of surprise, I think. I think, as I said earlier, really nothing is off limits in a bathroom, I think, like this. So the more playful, the more bold you can be, the better. I think the other thing as well with these wallpapers is the choice of colour is really important. So we tend to have complementary colours that we would recommend with certain wallpapers. And here this is obsidian green by Little Green. And it works across the ceiling as well as all the joinery, the woodwork, the skirting. And I think makes for a really sweet little space. The pendant light, the glass ball, I think is quite playful again. It echoes the fish eye. And actually the way it distributes the light, it's got a fluted glass, and actually the light is scattered around the wallpaper, so it picks up all those metallics. And the other thing about this little bathroom is it does have a little window. And actually that's really nice because in the daytime you get all the ambient light that comes in, and the wallpaper reacts to that daylight in a certain way, which is different to nighttime when there is no natural light, and then it's just the pendant. So the wallpaper itself actually changes over the course of the day, which I think is really nice. So the inspiration for this really has just come from, I guess, a sort of lifelong interest in prints, particularly natural history prints. I have a love of the sea. I'm always swimming. Love fish. I love botanicals. These are seaweeds in here. So it was a very natural thing to create a wallpaper like this. And actually it's just one of a series now. You know, we have all sorts of patterns and designs that follow this kind of idea with these big, bold, heroed creatures with soft botanicals that sort of feed around them. So this is, I guess, this is fairly typical. We have a big archive in the studio, a big collection of antiquarian prints that I've been collecting all my life. And actually the fish here borrow from some original steel engravings, which we have in the studio. Essentially, this is a fully bespoke piece, studio piece. You know, that every element has been built from scratch. It doesn't repeat, so it's a non-repeat pattern, like many of our wallpapers. They're all made to order. So if you were to come to us and order a wallpaper for a space like this, we would need the dimensions of the walls, we'd need the widths, the height, and we would then be very careful, very particular about how we arranged the elements, so that if there's a window, for example, or in this case, if there's a line of sight up the staircase into the bathroom, then we'd be very thoughtful about what we put directly facing you when you open the door. I think that's the big advantage of having a non-repeat, a bespoke wallpaper like this, is you can be really, really playful with where all the elements are positioned.
This is the snug, which is kind of a through room to one of my son's bedrooms and a little gym room. The original walls of the house finished here, and the family who lived here before extended here and made this great space. So it's got 2 extra bedrooms, the utility room underneath, and the office, which was a garage for them with a boat in it or something, I think, and we made it into an office. But so this is kind of a through room with a sofa, which was my dad's ancient sofa ages ago, but it's kind of just a lovely space because it just gives much more space in the house, going from this side of the house through, and then we've got this lovely back staircase. So there's this great sort of circular feel through the house, and you can actually end up going that way and someone else goes that way, and you kind of, it just allows for a family of 5 plus, you know, extra family and guests to live here and have lots of space themselves.
Quite a long time ago now, we had a project with the Natural History Museum in London. We were working on a restaurant, and the theme of the restaurant was inspired by a chap called Hans Sloane, who travelled the West Indies with various artists and scientists, documenting all the flora and fauna, natural history that had never been recorded before. And he came back with this amazing collection, and actually that went on to form the core of what's now the Natural History Museum. And it was from his illustrations that we created this big sort of tableau, and then recoloured and sort of reformatted. So this has a lot of heritage really to it, this piece. And it's essentially a sort of miniature really of the original piece that we made probably over 20 years ago now. But we thought, when thinking about what do we do with this wall, it just seemed like a really lovely thing to do. And the idea of these interlocking pictures. If you ever go to the Natural History Museum, one of the ways that they display their fossils is exactly like this. So the fossils are in these big, deep box frames, but they're all interlocked. So that was quite a nice connection, I think. Not only is all the imagery from the Natural History Museum archives, but the way that these are displayed also is very closely connected. So I think it stood the test of time quite well.
And this is a wallpaper that originally Adam and I designed this 18 years ago when our daughter was born in our old house, and we wanted something behind her cot in the nursery. We put together this idea with hot air balloons and this vista behind, and it was probably one of the first wallpapers.
Yeah, I think it probably was, yeah. This is a view of the Lake Coniston in the Lake District. And because it's been scaled up so much, you see all the beautiful line detail. It's a lovely thing. And then the balloons over the top. But it's got this real depth to it. And I think it's quite unusual still. It's stood the test of time, I think, quite well.
Yeah, there's a lovely light area. And we've got, again, lots of pieces. This is mainly where we've hung some of our children's artwork, which is really colourful, beautiful pieces that they've made over the years, and just bits and pieces that we've collected. This is a Pookie lamp, I think, and I love the texture on here, and a lovely bright Ikat shade by Susan DeLise, and bits and pieces that I've collected mainly at Kempton, I think. I can't seem to part with these hobby horses that were my kids, and this aeroplane that I found again at Kempton. And then this takes us through into one of our son's bedrooms, painted in a lovely, I think it's stone blue by Farrow & Ball, which is a really, really lovely colour to hang artwork against. The kids tend to come down to the studio and see things that catch their eye and sort of want to take them back, and so there's always pieces coming and going. We did a playing card selection last year, so different playing cards with different themes, and Tom loves skiing, so that was his choice for here, and a world map. But again, as Adam was saying, it's lovely hanging pictures against really rich colours, blues, greens, oranges, reds. It really makes the pictures pop, and it's really great. And a little bedroom like this with less light, you can just embrace that and have some darker colours on the walls. These lovely shades again by Rosie de Roig, which I love because they just have such great patterns and colours.
When it comes to sourcing art for our home, then we don't have a process. It might be that we have a particular space we're thinking about, but probably more often than not, we just stumble across something and decide we love it, or one of us decides that we love it, and we always say to each other, if you see something you love, you must buy it, as far as that's possible. More often than not, it isn't, but if you can, you should. And that's something we try to do. So, and that applies to art. I work a lot with antiquarian prints and antique print dealers, so I'm forever buying things with the studio. So I do stumble across things all the time that I sort of fall in love with there and then. We are ultimately limited with wall space, and as you'll see, a lot of our walls are very full, but we do change things and move things around in the house, which I also think is a really important thing to do, to move pictures every few months, few years. Just it gives them a fresh lease of life.
We also like going to the occasional book fair, antique book fair, and we like going through and seeing if we can find anything there, and then we take that to the studio and work on those and make them into beautiful prints. that's a really nice way of finding quite original pieces too. So this is our master bedroom. The walls are painted in a lovely pinky colour called Temple by Paper and Paint Library. It's a really lovely warm colour for a bedroom. It's a bit like setting plaster. It's got great warmth and really easy to pair other colours with. This rug has been here since we moved in, I think. It was a temporary rug, which was my dad's, and it's just stayed, and it's sort of faded over time, and the colours are really lovely. I think it was originally from Turkey, and the other two rugs are from Portobello, which are sort of Ben O'Reilly type rugs. So we like it in here, we wanted to just create a really lovely warm space, again using lots of colour. Adam made the bedside tables, which I can't imagine you ever having the time to make bedside tables now, but I think they were inspired by Susie Hoodless or something she had found. But I love the fact that they're oversized and can take all our books. So we've got this pair of beautiful lamps either side of the bed, which remind us of sea urchin sort of shells that we find sometimes when we're away. So the cushions in here tend to change a bit. I think this is a linwood fabric, a velvet with a lovely orange piping, and I love putting fringes on cushions too. The sun on the wall over there, the sun sconce, I found in the old cinema in Chiswick, and I do love a sun motif. I really, really love the sun, so it's nice to have that there as a reminder. Through here is a little dressing room, which used to have a door from the hallway and was like a men's dressing room before, but we've created this opening here, and it's a lovely light space. So this has got my things, clothes, bags. This is a little rug that I found in Istanbul, and the colour I think was orange aurora, and I want to do the joinery actually in the same colour, but I haven't got round to it. I wasn't brave enough to begin with, but now that we're using more and more colour, and I feel much braver now, so I'd like to do the whole thing in orange, and it's lovely with the sun coming in. And then we've got this picture up here which reflects in the mirror.
I think, yes, so this we printed actually in reverse.
Yes,
so that you read it in the mirror.
It's up here in reverse, but you read it in the mirror.
Yeah, that's quite
with
nice.
The sun. So this is a lovely little space and an extra bit of space for storage. And that's what's been great about this master bedroom actually, is there's lots of space in here. We've got wardrobe space in here, and then a couple of wardrobes, and then into the main bathroom. And originally this was 2 bedrooms. So when we bought the house, it was really lacking in bathrooms. There was 1 bathroom on this floor shared, and then 1 bathroom upstairs. So we added bathrooms, and that's really made it a lovely space. You've got your own master and ensuite, and then we've got a lovely guest and ensuite upstairs now.
So this portrait of Amy here is something that I took not long after we'd first met, actually, so quite a few years ago, but it's actually a pinhole camera. So a big cardboard box with a tiny little pinhole in the front and a big piece of photographic paper on the back. And Amy had to sit still here for about, I think about half an hour, not moving, in order to get the perfect exposure. So that's something I think we're both quite attached to. And that's that old, looks like an old vintage black and white. Well, we love these 2 Art Deco pieces again, a lot of Art Deco influenced pieces in the house, and not least these Kaleidoscope series, and we have quite a number actually of them in the series. And yeah, we just love them.
So we created this archway through here into the master bathroom, and we've got wardrobes on either side here, and painted this in a darker green. I think this is Spruce by Paper and Paint Library, so this sort of cocooned walk-in wardrobes on either side. And then the woodwork here painted in railings by Farron Ball. And this looks out onto the garden. We've used shutters in, well, pretty much everywhere in the house. We haven't got round to making curtains yet. I always sort of put in shutters initially and then thought I'd get on to making curtains, but I never did. But I love the amount of light you can get, and you can open and shut the different sections. So they've worked really well. They've been so practical and lovely to lie in the bath here and sort of hear the birds in the garden. We used a lot of metro tiles. I think they were very kind of the moment, but actually they have been pretty timeless and worked really well in the bathrooms. And I love this sort of the bigger size, these sort of large format metro tiles on the walls.
It's worth definitely talking about the wallpaper in here. So the swimmer, as we call her, and she is 1920s, again, Art Deco fashion plate, and she's pretty wonderful, I think. Just this soft blue background that just seems to go on forever, and she's looking into the distance somewhere, contemplating her swim. I always imagine it's the early hours of the morning, or she's, maybe she's been up all night, I don't know. But yeah, we love this piece. And actually, when we first designed the bathroom, this wall was blank. And actually what's been brilliant is when we first put this up, I should think, I don't know, 8 years ago, no, less probably, 5 or 6 years ago, it totally reinvigorated the whole bathroom space. And she works really well.
It's lovely lying in the bath and looking up at the swimmer. It's very transporting. I love the blue and the pop of orange from the hat. It works really beautifully, and it's a fabric-backed paper. You can wash it down, so it actually works really well in bathrooms.
Yeah.
And then we've mixed. I love that. That's quite a sort of contemporary piece, and then the metro tiles too. And then we like mixing up some antiques too. So we've got this lovely Pears soap cabinet, which we found at an antiques market, which has been there forever. But love the combination of the two, and we've done that around the house quite a lot.
I think one more thing to say about wallpaper. People are wary about using wallpaper in bathrooms. But actually, it's surprising what you can get away with. If it's properly fitted, if the wall's been properly sealed, the right adhesive has been used, and it's been fitted well, there should really be no problem. It shouldn't. The humidity in the bathroom shouldn't be a problem if you've got particularly with certain kinds of wallpaper that have almost like a slight plasticity to them. The water just sits on top, so it shouldn't be a problem. And you can also, they're very durable, you can wipe them clean.
Okay, so we're now taking you into our guest bedroom and bathroom, and this had a roof terrace before, so we built this on top. This was a family bathroom, and it's a great space because we've got this door which closes off, and you've got the privacy and lots of space. So we love having people to stay. My family come from abroad and lots of friends, and it's a really lovely, peaceful space because it looks out onto the garden. And we've got another studio wallpaper in here, which is our Columbidai wallpaper. And we've overlaid some pictures from the studio too, a rug, which I got from Kempton Market. And again, we've used some green metro tiles here. But it's a beautiful light space with the skylight windows and the green colour. I think the walls are a green by Farrow & Ball. And yeah, it's lovely lying in the bath. I mean, it's very echoey. It's a lovely space, light and calm, and you definitely feel like you're in a really lovely guest suite, I think. I think people really enjoy coming to stay. And sometimes I come up here and actually think it could have been the master. There wasn't quite enough storage for that, but it's lovely to treat guests and hope that they feel really welcome and comfortable up here too.
So what makes a house a home? I think what makes our house a home is to be surrounded by things that you feel connected to one way or another, whether that is pictures or prints, paintings, furniture, things that you've collected, things that are like a memory bank, really, as well as things that are ultimately comfortable, things that for whatever reason we love. I think that's what a home is.
What makes a house a home? For me, it's the people too that are in it, our 3 children, our dog who's just had puppies, and we love having friends to stay. A lot of my family live abroad, and we have guest rooms. We love to be filled all the time.
We have a lot of parties.
Yeah. Adam and I don't sit still often, so we lead busy lives, but we enjoy it. So this feels like a home when it's full of people and life and noise.
Thanks for watching. Go to homeworthy.com for exclusive content and shopping guides.